Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in here live on this Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. Hi, sure. Hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely, lovely Wednesday. Another scorcher in New York City. Lovely, and dare I say, a little bit cold here inside the Uncrowned Studios.
Is it cold, or are you just cold?
Can I shoot with everyone off the top? You know we like to shoot on Wednesdays. Can I shoot with everyone off the top?
You have to.
Does it look like I'm on vacation?
Yes, absolutely.
In Hawaii right now, or what? What's going on?
Where's your cigar, bro?
I thought this was the tribute to Dustin Poirier.
You know,
10 days late.
Also, why are you asking what's going on like you were not a participant in this? As if this happened to you. This was inflicted upon you.
You know, I got a new supply of Lululemon's summer 2025
just a light flex. Okay.
Yeah. You know, those are my pals. And it was really hot outside. Wanted a short sleeve. Went through all the short sleeves, and I said, you know what? I like this one. It feels festive. It feels very summer Wednesday. For me, summer Wednesday is summer Friday. Put it on. Felt good about myself. Still feel good about myself. But when I'm watching myself in this setting wearing this shirt, it feels like we're going to dinner at, 5:45 at the all-you-can-eat
Seafood restaurant right next to the water. Dr. Mike's going to walk in a suit from head to toe and be like, oh, I didn't know this is what this was.
I'll get a little drink. My kids will ask me, Daddy, are you drinking alcohol? I'll say, no, it's a virgin. And then they'll say, oh, can I have a sip? I'll be like, no, I'll give you a tummy ache. Then we'll go for ice cream. We'll walk. We'll talk about our upcoming schedules. We'll go over the soccer practice schedule. Like, we'll go through the things that parents do.
This sounds lovely, honestly. Why don't we just do this?
A little bit of a sunburn.
A little bit of a sunburn. Hey, you should put some aloe on that. No, I don't really like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Do you guys want to go to the arcade? Let's play some shuffleboard. These are the conversations. Then you'll see a family. Oh, where are you guys from? Oh, we're from here. Oh, I know someone there. Do you know this person? Oh, yeah.
They're wearing the same thing.
Yeah.
They're wearing the exact same
They're wearing
outfit.
shorts. I'm not. They asked me, aren't you hot in those pants? It's a whole thing. I don't know. Sometimes you just want to liven the mood a little bit. I couldn't help but notice Frank giving me the side eye when I walked in. So
I mean, it is like, I was like, is it Hawaiian shirt Wednesday that I forgot about?
This is coming from the guy that wears shorts 4 days a week.
Yeah.
Now.
And in January. By the way, this is a nod in case you were wondering to the man in the shirt, the great Jeff Wagenheim, who always used to wear a Hawaiian shirt regardless of the time of year when he was doing the MMA beat with us. So this is my way of saying, Jeff, wherever you may be, shout out to you. And you know what? I feel good in my short sleeve. Somewhat it's not really Hawaiian, by the way. It's floral. I guess it is Dustin Poirier ask.
Yeah.
Are those orchids?
Or maybe Max Holloway. I should have worn it the week of that fight is really the bottom line.
I mean, where were you?
Guys did, yeah. Anyway, a great day today, my friends. Really fun day. Really, really fun show planned for all of you. In about 40 minutes' time, we're going to be joined by Johnny Eblen, the now former, I guess he is the former Bellator / PFL middleweight champ. Who the hell knows? Who knows what exactly he was defending on that night a couple weeks ago. Same night that Dustin fought Max. In South Africa, Cape Town to be exact, lost the belt to Costello van Steenis. Is he not getting a title shot? Is he not getting a rematch? Is he not running it back with Costello? One would think this would be the no-brainer to end all no-brainers, almost in a weird way like a blessing for PFL, because now you've created some intrigue in a division that didn't have much because he was so dominant, but it seems as though they may not go in that direction. Anyway, we'll talk to Johnny in what I think is his first interview since the loss. After that, we'll be joined by my old pal, Josh Barnett. He's got a lot going on. He's got Bloodsport 14 coming up this Saturday, right before SummerSlam in New Jersey. He's doing a lot of things in the world of pro wrestling, MMA, of course, legend, UFC heavyweight champion. I mean, Josh Barnett, the babyface assassin, needs no introduction. He'll be joining us in studio to talk about all that and more. And then just a fascinating guy who I've wanted to have in studio for a very long time, Dr. Mike Warshawski, who is world-renowned, who is one of the most popular YouTube channels out there, 14 million subs, and very well respected in the world of content creation, but also very well respected in the world of medicine because he never sells out. He doesn't just do things and promote things just to make a buck. And oh, by the way, he has 2 boxing matches under his belt. He fought at the Creator Clash event in 2022, and then he fought Chris Avila in October of 2022, undercard of Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva. We're going to talk to him about some of the issues that have been going on in the world of combat sports. Muhammad Yaya's eye, weight cutting, cuts, all kinds of craziness. That will be a very fun and interesting conversation with the one and only Dr. Mike. There he is, Dr. Mike, Johnny Eblen, Josh Barnett. This is a big day because, as we've been telling you for the past 10 or so days, we have an auction going on right now on eBay. Less than a day left officially. It's like 23 hours and 54 minutes or something like that. Maybe 52 minutes if my math is correct. It's up right now. It's our poker felt top table signed by the likes of Tom Aspinall, signed by the likes of Alex Volkanovski, Israel Adesanya, Merab Dvalishvili, Dan Hooker, Tracy Cortez, Rico Verhoeven, Demetrius Johnson, Andy Aspinall, Tom Aspinall, Ariel Helwani, and on it goes. There it is. The auction is live for another 23 plus hours, but per the recommendation of one of our super chatters yesterday, every single penny that we generate via super chats on this particular day, this show from beginning to end, will be added to the final tally. So if you donate 99 cents, none of that's going to us, it will be added. So if that sells for $5,000, it'll be $5,099. So I can officially say, as of right this moment, every penny counts, every dollar counts. Let's get it up there. If you're watching this show right now, do whatever you can. Every single dime, every single penny, every single quarter, every single nickel goes to Ben Askren and his family. We are not profiting a cent off of any of this. When it's all said and done tomorrow, we'll tally it up and we will send it over to his wife, Amy Askren. What are we up to? I couldn't hear you there.
Already hit 4 super chats.
Okay.
To about $14, so let's keep it rolling.
Let's keep it rolling, my friends. We're already up to $14. But the day is young. So thank you very much to everyone who is taking part. We appreciate you all very much. And as you know, on Wednesdays, we love to shoot, my friends. And so without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
You get a good grip on that ball?
Yeah, I like to see, like, I have it here, right there. Yep.
Hey, just go ahead and hit the mic. Yeah.
I like to, very Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez-esque. I don't know. It's my new thing. I like when pitchers get called into the game. This is not a baseball, by the way. It's a schlant, I think it's called.
Schlitter?
Yeah.
Schlitter?
I like when they come in and they do this. You know when they do this?
You got to tighten it up.
I don't know what they're doing, but it's like they're getting a nice grip on it, you know?
They're winding it up.
Anyway, some breaking news. Late yesterday evening, Frank was long gone, tucked in. You feeling better, Frank?
Absolutely.
Well, we found out on September the 27th, September 28th locally in Perth, Australia, Western Australia to be exact. The main event is going to be a tremendous one in the 205-pound division. It's going to be the pride of Australia, one Carlos Ulberg, going up against Dominic Reyes. How about that? Love that fight. Where exactly is Carlos Ulberg from? Yeah, he's not from Australia. He's from New Zealand. Why did I say that? I screwed that one up. City Kickboxing. Anyway, pretty close. And we were talking about the light heavyweight division. I knew it. Right as I said it, I knew I was wrong. So we were talking about the light heavyweight division, and we were talking about the way, you know, this whole thing is shaking out and how it's turning into a pretty interesting weight class right now with the Ankalaev Pereira fight, with the Roundtree against Prochaska fight. And we kind of came to the conclusion on Monday that this should be the next fight. And it is the next fight. Love this fight. Great fight. Interesting fight. Perhaps we'll have a question or two regarding it. But for now, let us get to our actual questions, which were sent to us via arielhelwani.substack.com. Chase Keller chimes in. Hey, Ariel, can we please pump the brakes on calling for Paulo Costa to get a number one contender fight? Paulo has gone 2-4 in his last 5 fights. Oh, in the last 5 years. The last time he beat a high-ranked opponent was 2019 against Yoel Romero. Well, he did. I mean, that was a pretty good win, I would say, over Kopylov. Paulo's funny. And by the way, no one's... thank you. Thank you, and just pump the brakes on the glaze. Best of luck, D1 Glazer.
This guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
Nah. First
Oh,
of all,
Glaze One, he was trending yesterday.
First of all, I mean, maybe you have. We've not called for Paulo Costa to get a number one contender fight. We've all said that the next challenger should come from the Caio Borralho versus Nasruddin fight. Is it because we were saying that the RDR fight should be next? And oh, by the way, RDR himself is calling for that fight. So what are you talking about, Chase? What are you talking about? You're going to come at us like this with this energy. Get your facts right. No one's advocating. I'm sorry, Frank. No one's advocating for a number one contender fight for Paulo. Need more Frank. That's his name. Question for AJ. That's me. I was really moved by the Roy interview this week. It offered such a unique perspective on life, competition, faith, and purpose. Truly some of your best work. I haven't followed MMA as long as you, but I can't recall anyone disappearing and returning with such clarity and positivity. It gave me hope, especially in a sport that's so often unforgiving in the long run. Your comment about being fired from Fox after that Roy interview really stuck with me. As a young father running my own startup, I know the weight of carrying everything, personally and financially. I genuinely believe that when the load feels too heavy, that's when God shows up to help carry it. In those moments of turbulence, losing jobs, making pivots, climbing to ESPN, etc., did you ever feel completely lost or unsure what to do next? And if so, what helped you push forward? Like you, have invested so much into my path, and at times I felt too far in to turn back. Thank you for everything you and the crew does. I've gone through some dark times on this startup journey, and you always shined a beam of positivity throughout it. Cheers to your continued success. Wow. He also added, if answered, could Frank please give me a meow? It's been too long.
Meow.
Well, you don't have it on the drops anymore.
No,
What happened? Logan Paul
we lost it.
pushed it out? So?
Yeah.
That's a very nice question from Need More Frank. A comment as well. Gosh, I would say probably the toughest time. Well, there were a couple, obviously, but early 2021, when I was coming to the realization that the ESPN dream would probably be coming to an end. And I was thinking to myself, what the hell? To me, ESPN was the end goal. Like I would always tell people at the beginning of the pandemic, I would say this to my wife because she's like, man, it seems like you're working more now than you were before. And I would always say to her, when the book is written on how ESPN handled the pandemic, I want to be one of the people at the very top of the list where people say, man, that guy carried the company. This is what I convinced myself. So I was going to do Instagram lives every day, and I was going to do more interviews and more shows. And then we come up with DC and Helwani and blah, 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 blah. All for naught, obviously, a little bit naive of me. But when I came, so that was, March of 2020. When I came to the realization in around February of 2021 that, this is probably going to end in 4 months, June of 2021, which is when my contract expired. That was really tough because I made a lot of changes. First of all, I changed agents. I felt like with my old agent, I wasn't going to go down the right path. I started to talk to a therapist because I felt like my brain was super cloudy, and I felt like I was going to stay at ESPN in spite of certain people. And while I knew that was probably a crazy reason to stay there, I was being so stubborn and petty that I was leaning towards that. Because contrary to what people want you to believe, I had an offer to stay. I had an offer. It was an offer that would make a lot of people happy. But I knew in my heart I had to go because I was unhappy and soulless and all that stuff. And so when you come to that realization that the dream job is coming to an end, and you come to the realization that, it's time to go, but you have no idea where to go, and the people that you were riding shotgun with, you come to the realization probably aren't the right people for you anymore. That's a pretty daunting thing to come to terms with, especially with 4 months left. Like, I'm not making any money in 4 months. That's it. It's over. It ends. Luckily, as you all know, it all worked out, and we went like Super Saiyan mode and got like 9 jobs. So it all worked out as it usually does. But in that moment, it was very scary. Obviously, you talk about the Fox thing, like that stretch from March of 2016, which I can't believe we're approaching 10 years of that, March of 2016 to June of 2016, and a little bit beyond that as well, was a little bit scary because, I've seen what being at odds with the powers that be at the UFC can do to someone's career, and I didn't want that. I wasn't looking for that. I wasn't seeking that. It just kind of happened that way. But luckily, for whatever reason, when there's been a setback, the bounce back, if you will, the comeback has always put me in a much better spot, and things tend to work out. And I'm also someone who tends to be very self-reflective, and I always try to be ahead in the sense of like, is it time to pivot in this direction? Is it time to lean here? Is it time to reinvent here? And this is all happening in front of the audience, and that could be daunting in its own right. But for the most part, it ends up working out. And that's with the benefit of being able to look back and say like, okay, that was super scary. That was super stressful, but it all worked out. Just look X, Y, and Z. In the moment though, yeah, you're having panic attacks, you're moody, you're down on yourself, you're questioning yourself. I get all those things. The Rory interview was great because those fighters will always hold a very special place in my heart. And when I say those fighters, I mean the fighters from 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 14, 15, like from that era when I was a lot younger in this business, when I was out going to all the events. They gave me the time of day. And media was different and social media was different. Everyone didn't have their own YouTube channel and all that stuff. Like it was just a different landscape. And guys like Rory, obviously from Canada, he lived in Montreal. There was a special bond. And to see him sort of lose that fire, and like I said, he's always been like a sort of like brutally honest guy. To see him lose that fire was hard to watch. And now to see him happy and smiling and loving martial arts is a beautiful thing to watch. And ultimately, I'm not advocating for him to come back. Maybe this is just the way it should be. Maybe it should just be him loving MMA, watching MMA, training guys, coaching fighters, being there, being a mentor and graduating into this role and just, staying fit and sharing his wisdom because Lord knows he has a lot. Maybe that's the best place for Rory. I'm not saying he has to fight, but it's just nice to see him reemerge because he really disappeared. He deleted his social media. You didn't see him at events. You didn't see people talking about training with him, interacting with him. He disappeared, as you kind of suspected Rory McDonald would. And so, yeah, I share that sentiment, and I got some messages from people as well who know him, who worked with him, who trained with him, and said that was really nice to see. Because we all burn out. We all at some point maybe start hating the thing that we once loved. And when you re-find that love, it's a beautiful thing. It really is. YFG94. What's up, gang? Question for y'all. What's been the biggest butterfly effect, good or bad, in UFC MMA? Wow. I'll be honest, the first thing that just came to mind as I was reading that was Conor fighting Floyd. If Conor McGregor doesn't fight Floyd, and he's coming off the Eddie Alvarez fight, and instead of waiting, Eddie Alvarez fight was November of 2016. Floyd fight was August of 2017. If he doesn't fight Floyd, and let's say he comes back, I don't know, July against another lightweight or featherweight, and let's say he wins up, like maybe everything's different. Doesn't get the same kind of money, doesn't change his training. That's an interesting one. What else? What if
That's the one.
That's the one? I was going to say, like, what if Artem never says those things about Khabib, which leads to the interaction in the Brooklyn hotel, which leads to them flying over, which leads to the dolly, which leads to the fight, and blah, 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 blah.
What if Tony or Khabib didn't pull out of the
What if Tony doesn't trip over that freaking cord?
But
Yeah,
you could
the
do like
cable.
6 different ones for Tony and Khabib. There's like every version that got it canceled. What if it didn't happen and we did get Tony versus Khabib?
Yeah, I feel like it's like any fight that ended up getting canceled.
What's the greatest what if fight in UFC history? Meaning the fight that we all thought was going to happen and never happened.
Hamzat versus Nate Diaz.
Tony Khabib.
Nah. Hamza versus Nate Diaz.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, no, but you know what? You got me thinking. If Hamzat fights Nate Diaz, and let's say he beats him convincingly, as many people feared, Does Nate fight Jake Paul?
Oh, you're saying if Hamzat beat Nate Diaz convincingly?
Yeah. Does Nate
I
fight
don't
Jake? Does Nate even leave the UFC? Does his value plummet to where he has to resign? That is kind of an interesting butterfly effect. What happens if Anderson Silva doesn't break his leg against Chris Weidman?
Well, he had already lost.
Yeah, I know, but does he get the belt back?
What happened if Chael became champ that night?
Oh,
The John Jones toe.
Okay, well, if Chael would have become champ that night, he would have tested positive for PEDs the month after, so he would have been stripped.
This is the Silva fight.
Yeah.
But what if
still?
Which fight are you talking about? Are you talking about the Jones fight or the Silva fight?
I'm talking Silva.
Yeah, but
What
there's
if on
also
the Jones fight,
his toe is dangling.
John Jones's toe doesn't allow him to continue, and Chael Sonnen beats John Jones because of the toe?
Here's another one. What if the owners of the San Jose Sharks don't sell Strikeforce to Zuffa?
Yeah.
And they just say, we're sticking with this.
That one, I feel like we end up in the same spot.
You think so? Where's Strikeforce 3-4 years later?
I think if we end up in the same spot.
You think so?
The biggest one is Conor. If Conor doesn't go fight Floyd Mayweather, what happens? MMA is drastically different from that.
You think
and
so?
the fight is Tony versus Habib.
What if the UFC doesn't sell to Endeavor? Does anything change? Or not really?
Somebody else buys him at some point.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of another one. Is there another one? What if they don't book Holly Holm versus Ronda? She goes undefeated for like 4 more years. Probably not.
Someone
She
said in
lost
the
her
chat,
next fight.
what if Izzy never made fun of Poetan for drinking in a bar?
Wow.
If they never taunt Alex into chasing him down.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's funny.
Wow. By the way, what if they would have gotten rid of the flyweights in 2019? There'd be no Joshua Van. No, not feeling it.
It wouldn't be materially different.
There'd be no Joshua Van. There'd be no Alexandre Pantoja.
Well, I mean, but like Van is like
There'd be yeah.
he's like a beloved figure right now. But yes, I'm just saying like all those guys wouldn't have come. They'd be fighting maybe. For
a lot of them
someone
would
else.
just be bantamweights if we're being real.
Sure. Steve Buscemi, Ariel, I can't believe with your MMA knowledge and ability to keep it real that you are actually advocating for Nate Diaz versus Max Holloway. Like that isn't the mismatch of a lifetime. Nate, the legend that he is, has been on the decline for years, and Max just beat 2 of the top guys in the promotion. I'm 100% with GC here and feel as though you know that it is a mismatch, but for some reason you're putting on an act. That was more of a classic Rick take. Come on, Ariel, don't feed into the D1 Glazer accusations. Peace and love. Wow, I'm really getting it here.
You
guys.
should be honored for having a take capable of being
Listen,
put into a category.
All I'm saying
I
is
gave it.
the guy's not getting brutally knocked out. He is right about the belt. He did create it. He deserves another crack at it. That's all I'm saying.
It, but he did lose to Masvidal.
Yeah, but the rules are a little bit different. By the way, I saw yesterday someone say, who was it? I forget. Should BMF title fights be Pride rules? Like first
That'd be
round
cool.
10 minutes, second round 5 minutes.
The commission would not sign off on this.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I was going to say that'd be cool, but
BMF,
it isn't
different
gonna happen.
rules.
No. Yes, you
Should
can say
be-
whatever
okay,
you want.
okay, but
yeah,
in-
let's have no time limits.
But
Great.
in reality,
Nobody's
okay,
gonna agree.
should BMF be open weight?
No,
Isn't that the very definition of BMF?
absolutely not.
What?
BMF is fake. This is the you're
BMF should be open
What
weight.
you should do is start a promotion. Go to Dan Hooker's backyard. Start a promotion that anybody can fight anybody at any weight.
What's it called? 1 second fights or something? 1 second scraps?
No, 1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah.
60-second scraps
60
was right there.
You
You went with 1 minute scraps?
Yeah, you're right.
somebody.
Scraps
I don't know
right
what
there.
it's called. I think that's it. But either way, no, you can't do this. There's no commission that would sanction it.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
not-
I want you to honestly line Max Holloway versus Nate Diaz.
Well, I'm not saying that Max wouldn't be the favorite, but
But what would he be as the favorite?
minus 275.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Why do we have to? Why do we have to act
Actually, I need to call a financier to get a loan.
By the way,
Why do we have to act like this has
Nate's
to
so
be
much
some
bigger.
like super close fight though? Like on paper, I don't care. I know
Max
Max
is-
is gonna win. I don't care.
But he
I still
has
wanna see
title
it.
aspirations at 155. I mean, he just fought Ilia Topuria
It's a legacy
in
fight.
October, and he was very competitive before getting knocked out. Like at 155,
There was a time where
I think he
Justin
stands a
Gaethje was on the knocking on the door of a title shot, and he said, "Max Holloway, let's do it, brother." And
He said,
they-
"Max Holloway, let's do it, brother."
Yeah, And he lost.
Not
What?
Nate Diaz.
Nah. By the way, he would have taken a Nate Diaz fight. I'll tell you that. He would have 100% taken a Nate Diaz fight.
I mean, it is a big money fight. I'm just speaking competitively.
Yeah, it's not competitive. Max will win.
Okay. Let me ask you this: bigger mismatch, Khamzat Nate, Max Nate.
Yo, Khamzat Nate,
Khamzat Nate.
100,000%.
They were just about to book. They're 24 hours away from making that fight.
No, they booked it, and it was going to happen.
Yes.
It was going to headline what, UFC 279?
Yes. So
Yeah.
let's not get crazy.
I don't
I'm
care
not
about
saying
the
that they're not
competitiveness.
going to do it. The question yesterday posed was, do I want to see it?
You would be
The
so
answer.
into that fight. You'd
I'm
be making
in.
memes
I'm in.
for it all day
Of
long.
course I would. It's
You'd
part
be-
of the job.
You would be fucking on
It's gonna be
fire.
ones where it's like the
You'd be
camera
making-
guy crying, and it's just like watching Max do my boy
Wait.
Nate like that.
Hold on. The camera guy? You know who that is, yes? The guy in the meme?
I don't know what
Oh,
that is.
for
What's
fuck's
the
sake.
meme?
It's
What's the
Wesley
meme?
No,
Snipes.
it's
Come on.
Wesley Snipes in
Gladiator.
no. You say the name, I'll know it. Wesley Snipes in
Passenger 57.
No. It's
That's Denzel, no?
New Rock City,
New Jack City.
New Jack City.
By the way, Wesley Snipes in Passenger 57, one of my favorite movies.
Oh,
of
yeah,
all time.
yeah.
It's an incredible.
Haven't seen
movie.
it.
What am
Actually,
I
haven't
thinking?
even
No,
heard
I'm
of it.
thinking of Pelham.
Passenger 57.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out, great movie, Denzel.
Hey guys, from Well Done One, curious to hear your thoughts and the team's thoughts on Shane Gill's performance at the ESPYs. Any zingers that really got you laughing or went too far? I thought it was pretty fun. Is that a hot take?
No, I think that's the consensus. I think most people.
I thought it was actually really great. The one where he was like, "Oh, the WNBA legend is here."
Yeah.
That was incredible.
His friend's wife. His
Um,
podcast co-host, I think.
The Carl Anthony Towns one was funny, although I don't understand why they showed Isaiah Hartenstein when they said, "Oh, the Knicks are here," because he doesn't play for the Knicks. But that's just me nitpicking. What else was there? The Caitlin Clark one, the Waffle House one, that was pretty good.
He had some good ones, man. Some good Eagles ones.
Yeah, Frank was really
He
up
does
in
some.
arms.
Sometimes he's like, oh, I didn't write that one, guys. I didn't write that one.
I like Shane Gillis. I think he's very funny. I find him funnier in conversation than I do in stand-up.
Have y'all watched Tires?
I've watched Tire. The first season I saw.
Tires is pretty good.
Tires is good.
It's unfortunate that PT is in here because he's like,
He's number one.
BFF.
He is.
He's
He
a
actually
friend.
is
He's like his-
uncrowned Shane
I
Gillis
think he
insider.
wrote those jokes, actually.
he was a part
That's
of it.
what I heard.
No, I thought it was good, but wasn't it like? I'm always surprised that they allow that stuff on ABC or on ESPN.
Well, I'll say this. I am surprised that they allow a lot of that. It's the most I've seen of the ESPYs in quite some
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald had a great one.
Yeah.
Back
But
in
when
the day.
was
That is
A
in
long ass.
Yeah.
time.
Hall
been
of
like
Fame
years and
legendary
years.
status. That is the all-time.
Here's Left Hook Larry. Hola, Ariel and the boys. Quick one for GC. If the terrible thought of Max versus Nate BMF fight does happen, what are the odds you would set for it?
Yeah, I'm thinking like max like minus 650, minus 700.
In my opinion, will melt Nate Diaz at this point in his career, but curious to hear what you all think. Thanks for the love. Huddy just says Rick sucks.
Damn, Huddy.
Yeah, that's
Thanks,
fucked
brother.
up. That's
It's tough.
fucked up.
I've seen what makes Huddy cheer. Who cares?
Taco enthusiast Ariel and BITB agree or disagree? RDR's glove grab while he was getting pummeled by Whitaker was egregious and is a prime example of why warnings are stupid, i.e. they absolutely should have deducted a point. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. There's that footage. Go on the UFC Australia New Zealand account on Instagram and they have an iPhone vantage point and he is very clearly holding on to his gloves in that moment where Whitaker is raining down blows. Now, here's the tough determination. If the referee stops the action in that moment to deduct a point, he's also stopping the flow, and in doing so is giving RDR a chance to, whether he wants to or not, to recover. So it's a tough one. By the letter of the law, is that legal? No. But it's akin to the shots to the back of the head when the opponent is moving all over the place. What do? Do you stop the action? That's what happened with Mazzagatti and Brock and Frank Mir back in the day, UFC 81. Do you stop the action, or is that just part of the flow of the action and you let it go? I don't know what the answer is. It's a tough one.
Just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
People have been messaging about this. Ali came out and said that RDR Twitter was not real. That is not RDR's Twitter.
At all?
No.
Oh, wow.
The one that has had the back and forth with Paolo,
Oh.
not RDR.
And then Ali said it was His Twitter. It was his own burner account.
Yeah, he said it was fake. And
But I'm actually.
and then
Burner King says that the burner is not.
Yeah.
we know it's fake because then the burner RDR quote tweeted Ali's tweet with Who's Noah video.
Oh dear.
Jesus.
Zinger!
Yeah, not
Zinger for GC. I love it.
not our.
No. He actually did that.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I
thought
wasn't
you were-
making that up. No, he actually did that.
I thought it was a zinger. I was like, wow, spicy.
Chill.
Okay. Johnny Sins, quick, fun one for the whole crew. You have to get rid of one actor's entire catalog of movies. Who are you removing? Meaning, erase all their films from your memory and you can no longer watch them even though you are aware they exist and people rave about them. Seth Rogen, Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler, Will Ferrell. Wow.
Seth Rogen. No brainer for me. Also, shout out Johnny Sins. Didn't know he was a fan of the show. That's huge. Good for the bald brand.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Jim Carrey just has like some all-time bangers.
You want to
All of
watch?
them
You
do.
want to watch Ace Ventura again?
So like Will Ferrell and
Definitely not Sandman.
I was gonna say Will Ferrell and Sandler. Absolutely not. Like Will Ferrell was like my childhood. Same with Sandler. Jim Carrey's got some great ones, man. The Truman Show, Bruce Almighty, Ace Ventura. Jim Carrey's got some bangers.
Yeah, I agree with
Seth Rogen is like what?
you. Pineapple
Dark.
Express.
Final Express is an
Superbad.
all-timer though.
Superbad.
Superbad is an
40-year-old
all-timer. Fuck,
Wait,
this is
are you
hard.
now
Knocked
starting to-
up. Knocked up's
Knocked
okay,
Up
but
is a great one. Knocked Up is a great one.
Pineapple Express is like
Zack
one of
and
my
Mary.
favorite movies of all time. Zack and Mary. We can...
Mm, we
I
can
mean, you
live with
can't
that.
lose Jim Carrey because, a series of unfortunate events, the number 23, just bangers from Jim Carrey left and right.
Did you
I don't
just
know.
say Lemony Snicket's series of unfortunate events?
Yeah.
I'm out.
It is a good
Jim
one.
Carrey, cut. I'm keeping Seth Rogen.
I'm there with you, Jordan.
Really? Wow. Okay. That is a good one. Speaking of films, Triple Double. Hey, Ariel, talking about Happy Gilmore 2. Curious on what goes into what you allow your kids to watch. I know you talk about no phones, but do you allow them to watch vulgar/raunchy movies and cartoons? What do you like? What do you call vulgar/raunchy? Where do you draw the line, and what goes into the decision making on what they can and can't watch? I'm not super strict. I mean, now they're starting to like really get into rap and they say things, and I think they have no idea what they're saying. I asked my son, one of my sons, my middle son, before watching Happy Gilmore, I'm like, do you remember Happy Gilmore 1? He's like, isn't there a scene where he's like dreaming and there's a girl in her underwear?
The best scene.
Yeah, and so I think he felt weird about that when there was a callback to that. But I'm not too strict when it comes to this stuff. I'll tell you this much. Yesterday I was watching WWE Unreal. Anyone watch this?
Yeah, of course.
On air did. Love it. I saw one episode, absolutely captivated by it. Absolutely love it. Anyone complaining about this, I mean, you're a total loser. I don't understand. Oh, for the sanctity of the business. Who cares? Can you not suspend disbelief? First of all, you already know that it's scripted, right? When I watch Happy Gilmore, I know that's Adam Sandler playing Happy Gilmore. I'm able to suspend disbelief and be like, this is going to be fun for 2 hours. I love seeing those things. The gorilla position stuff, these conversations where they're sitting around. So who do you think should win the Rumble? Now, how much of it is it a work? How much is it a shoot? I don't fucking know. It's just interesting. It's interesting like Drive to Survive is interesting. I don't know if it will have the same effect on the wrestling business and on WWE in particular, but I can see the thought process, and I think that's what they're going for, and I find it captivating. And the reason I bring it up is because I waited for my kids to go to bed to watch it, because I didn't want them to watch this, because I'm still holding out hope on them sort of thinking it's real. They definitely don't. In fact, I was watching NXT just for a brief moment with my daughter a couple weeks ago, and she's like, look at these skits. What are these skits? Why are they talking to each other like this? And don't they realize there's a camera on them? And I was like, what do you mean? And it's all like, it's all like hidden camera stuff. They have no idea. They're actually arguing. So I think she's on to me, and the boys are definitely on to me and definitely believe at this point that it's not real, but I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not going to give it up until at least like 21 or 20.
I actually really like the Unreal because now that I have just gotten into watching some WWE stuff, it really caught me up very quickly onto some of what's going on behind the scenes. What are
it's
the
great.
storylines, like the Liv Morgan, Ray Ripley stuff. It's so good. Really interesting.
Oh, you know what? That's a great point, because you start to see them in very, vulnerable states. And now all of a sudden, like, I want to root for Rhea even more. You see her talking about having panic attacks, Punk as well. Like, to me, it makes them more likable and more interesting and easier for us to get emotionally invested in their stories and their personalities and their journeys and their careers. I actually like this even more. It makes them feel more real. that version of Rhea is more interesting to me than the television version of Rhea, like the on-air character. I like that they refer to themselves, by their real names. Like all of it is so good, so good. I watched one episode in like 10 minutes of the second, and I loved it. And I don't understand why anyone wouldn't like it. And anyone saying that it's ruining the business or it's I don't know, it's breaking the fourth wall and that's a bad thing. Like, come on, like it's 2025. We all know what it is. And this just makes it even more interesting, in my opinion. Shout out to Ben Askren. This is from Barely Perez. And shout out to everyone who is contributing to the Super Chats. Every penny counts. This is from... Ali Nashad. Hi, Ariel and the fellas. Best podcast out there. My question is, with the UFC being a little stale compared to 7-8 years ago, with more champions being wrestlers / grapplers, Merab, Ankalaev, Bilal, name the top 3 current superstars in the UFC. Wow.
Ilya Islam, who's 3?
Yeah, I was thinking Ilya Islam. Who is 3? I bet you if I just looked at the top. Wait, so okay, who is number 1? And by the way, does John Jones count? Does John Jones or Connor count?
No, I'm not counting either of them. We haven't
'Cause
seen
they're not
Connor in
active.
4 years. John Jones is retired.
Ilya, Islam.
Yep.
I'm throwing out names here. I'm not saying these are the actual people. Hamzat,
I think you could make an argument.
DDP,
I think if Hamzat wins the belt, he will cement himself as the 3rd.
Volk,
Mm-mm.
Aspinall,
No, not yet. Not yet.
Max.
There's an argument to be made.
Alex Pereira.
There's an argument to be made for sure.
My kids were talking about Alex Pereira. I had no idea
Alex
they
Pereira's
knew
a
who he
star.
was.
Alex Pereira gets that belt back. He's the story continues to build.
DDP.
Top 3 superstar? No.
I think if I had to make... Oh, Sugar Sean?
I feel like Pereira is bigger than
Izzy?
Sugar. Izzy maybe at his peak, he was a top 3.
Like,
but I
who are
feel
the people that you say to someone, name 3 UFC fighters? Who are they for sure mentioning?
That's a really good question.
I
Because
think
they're going to say...
Izzy, Sean.
What they're actually going to say is John Jones, Conor McGregor, Ronda Rousey.
No, but you say like, okay, you need to do your best.
Yeah.
Name 3 active UFC fighters. I think
Yeah.
they probably name Sean.
They'd probably say Sean O'Malley.
Israel.
They'd probably say Israel Adesanya.
I don't think they say Islam. Do they say Islam?
Nah, and I don't think they say Ilya either, despite like, how big of a star he is. Rick, what do you think? Top
Pereira.
3,
I think
current UFC
Pereira.
superstars. Yeah, Pereira, man, is a star.
Alex is definitely in it.
Yeah,
So do we go Ilya, Islam, Alex?
I think so. Where does Big Unk fit into
That's
all
what
of
I
this?
was thinking. I was thinking now that he reigns over the 205 division, he's got to be up there.
Connor doesn't count.
No,
We're not counting Connor and
We're going active. We're
and
going
John.
active.
Does Tom get mentioned just because of the John stuff?
I don't think top 3 yet.
Can I be honest? I'm going off of like who draws the most numbers on YouTube.
Oh, then, I mean, Tom's our moneymaker.
Yeah.
I think Tom might get a shout before an Ilya at this point in time.
Ilya's pretty damn big.
He is, but like, do people know him by name? Like, if you're a casual, do you know him by name or do you know him by that guy? That's the thing. Tom's name is so associated right now with John Jones. People know Tom. Like casually, my friends have texted me about Tom. Alex is like here compared to everybody else. Tom's the guy who's second at the moment that I hear from casual friend fans about. Maybe Ilya's after that. What's crazy is in certain areas, Islam's number 1 with a bullet. Like it'd be like Islam. But then there's other parts where it's like, nah, they wouldn't even say him.
Final answer, Ilya, Islam, Alex.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Extend it to 5, you add in Tom?
Show some respect to the heavyweight champ.
Add in 5, you add in Tom and Hamzat.
This is from Keen. Ye Americans seem to love the early start times for the UFC. GC is always saying they're his favorite. Do you think there will ever be a time the big cards are pushed back a couple hours? It's perfect time in America and Australia. Us Europeans go through hardship each week. Even 2 hours earlier would make such a difference. They dabbled with a 9 p.m. Eastern start time I remember UFC 129 was at 9 p.m. Dana hated it and moved back to 10.
My dream, my real dream, which will never happen ever, 8 p.m. main card start on Friday night.
Oh my God, that'd be incredible.
That's my dream.
That'd be incredible.
God, it'd be amazing.
Islam's phlebotomist. Hello, Ariel. On a recent episode of BYM, Bisping's Pod, as producer Michael Harrington raised serious allegations against you at a time in which he was seeking an internship at the MMA Hour, and you laughed in his face as you walked away from him. What? Set the record straight, Helwani. Are we beefing with Harrington? I have no idea who that is. I've seen him on the pod with Bisping. I have zero recollection. Do you guys think I would do that to anyone?
That does not sound like something you would do.
I'm sorry. What was the allegation? I was reading.
He laughed
something
in
here.
his
Laughed at the
face.
absurdity of it. Yeah.
That he wanted an internship at the MMA Hour, and I laughed in his face and walked away. What? That
Yeah,
is
that doesn't sound
There's
accurate.
zero chance that happened.
laughed in his face. I mean, I don't even know if we've ever met in person, and maybe we did it at an event or something like that, but there is zero chance that ever happened. There was another guy who was doing a show with Anik who made up, remember he made up some sort of thing that he like sent me emails to,
Ah, yes. What was bro's name?
I don't
He
remember.
was coming after all of us. What
All
was
of
his
us,
name?
and it was all a fucking lie. I don't know why these people make this shit up. You know, they get tied to, you know, big stars like Bisping, like Anik, and they feel like this is the thing to do, is to talk shit about me, even though I never say anything about them. Also, how's your relationship with Felder now that he's on Bisping's pod? Seems like you and Felder have shown each other respect in the past, but I think you may be catching strays from everyone over on the BYM pod. The horror. I have no issues with Felder. I constantly give him praise for being, I think, one of the very best broadcasters in the business. And certainly when it comes to the post-fight interviews, I think he might be the best in MMA. I can't, you know, I don't know. I don't know why these guys, if they do talk shit, I don't know. I don't watch it, so you might be trying to rile me up here. It's not going to lead to me trying to start a fight with any of these dudes, but, you know, I know Bisping takes shots because people send it to me, or I'm sure this dude is trying to glaze Bisping and try to get in his good graces by taking shots at me. But Felder, I don't have any issues with Felder whatsoever. I think he's great at his job. But would it surprise me if they were, you know, shooting my way? No, it wouldn't. Left Leg Cemetery, Goat Connor, over-unders for you. Max retires. By the way, do we have our next guest here or no?
We're framing them up right now.
Okay. Okay, last one, and then we'll get to others in on the back end of the show. Go Connor. Over-unders. Max retires with plus minus 2.5 BMF title defenses.
Oh, and what are we at? 1 right now?
Yeah, I guess.
I'll say under.
Bones has plus minus 1 more UFC fight.
Yeah, I'll take the 1+. Yeah, I think he's got 1 more in him.
Your Dirty Birds win plus minus 8 games this season.
Yeah, over. Make the playoffs. 10-7.
Off the Dome, Ariel's studio is plus minus 77.5 Fahrenheit.
Over for sure.
It's tough.
It's,
He wrote that.
It's tough.
All right. We'll get to the questions back end of the show. We'll get to more. Great one so far. 16, not a bad number. And again, all super chats go to the Ben Askren family and get in on the auction. There's now less than 24 hours left. All right. Let's go to our first guest of the day. Still to come, Dr. Mike in studio, Josh Barnett in studio. But we wanted to talk to this man. A couple weeks ago, he was fighting in Cape Town against Costello van Steenis. And as things go, didn't go his way. Looking to get back on track, looking to regain his title. He's the one and only Johnny Eblen, and he is kind enough to join us right here and now. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
Good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. Great to talk to you. Like the stash very much. Like the look. Looking good. Obviously, last time we saw you not that long ago. It was a little less than 2 weeks ago in Cape Town. Things were going great until the very, very end. First, can I ask, what has life been like since the fight? You come back home, no longer champ, everything that's going into that. How are you dealing with it all?
I'm fine. You know, it's a little different. You know, people are reaching out, seeing how I am, and, you know, don't really want to go out too often and like see too many people because I don't want to talk about it sometimes. But, you know, after a week, everything's kind of back to normal. I went to the gym today and worked out a little bit, and, you know, everybody's the same. Everything's the same. You know, it's not the end of the world. but the first few days were kind of rough.
Was this the first time back in the gym?
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't been back. Yeah, I haven't been back since. Just a lot of traveling, had a lot of stuff I had to do around the house, saw some family, just laid low a little bit and hung out with some friends. But yeah, first day back from the gym, but actually I'm going to go on a van trip with my wife here soon. Actually, we're leaving today.
Oh, wow.
And really looking forward to that. We're going to go to Washington State.
You're going to drive from Florida to Washington State?
Yeah.
Damn. One shot?
We've done it. Yeah, not one shot. We have a van. So
Okay.
we can stop wherever, sleep, and we'll camp out. But we're going to get an Airbnb for like a few days, and then we're going to camp around the Northwest and take our time coming back and just really enjoy the scenery up there.
Love it. And well-deserved. Can I ask, like, this time off from the gym, is that common for you after any fight, or did you need a break because of how the fight went?
No, usually it's common. I'll take like a week or two off. Sometimes I'll take almost a month. I'll just travel a little bit after. I planned all this before the fight, and it's typical for me to take a few days or a few weeks off, and it's just part of the process of what I usually do after a fight.
How were you feeling going into this one? Like, how was the confidence? How was everything going? How was the training camp? What were your thoughts? What were your feelings going into this fight?
Feelings going in were pretty good. I was pretty confident. Couldn't have my usual corner, so that wasn't perfect. My corner was with Dustin, obviously. We were fighting the same night.
Mm-hmm.
But they were shooting me some text messages, showing me love. And, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and things aren't going to be perfect. So didn't have my corner. Training camp was pretty good. Had a couple things pop up, but nothing crazy, nothing unusual, nothing that's really going to derail me from anything. And that's why, showed up to fight. And, that's kind of how life is. Things aren't always going to be perfect. And I showed up and I showed up and I fucking fought, and that's what you got to do as a fighter sometimes.
So it's really interesting about the corners. Like, what are the chances that you'd be fighting on the same night as Dustin's retirement fight? And obviously understand why Mike Brown, et cetera, would be there. But they're your coaches as well. Did you have the guys who cornered you in Cape Town? Did they serve as your coaches throughout the training camp because they were going to be with you on the night of the fight? How did you determine who was going to be working with you day to day? Because ultimately, if those guys aren't with you on fight week and on fight night, maybe you need to hear from other people throughout the training camp. I don't know.
Yeah, so Mike Brown was still kind of in the mix. He usually always is. I kind of started working with Anderson more. He was the striking coach for this camp. I still worked with Daya, but Daya wasn't going to go out. And Micah Miller's my jiu-jitsu coach, so he was, around a lot. And he was in my corner. So we kind of all collaborated. Everybody was kind of, in my ear helping out. But yeah, definitely I focused more on the people that were going to be at the fight, because those were the people giving me cues, and that are going to be cornering me. So it was a bit of a different camp. I had a few other people in it, and, it's just a part of the job. Sometimes you have to shift and make changes.
What do you think of South Africa, the experience there, other than the fight itself, like the fight week, the way the fans were into MMA, not into MMA, the way the show looked? Like, how did you feel fighting over there?
I felt great, dude. It was a really, really good experience. It was beautiful. The people are awesome. The crowd was amazing. The venue was cool. It was sold out. Everything went pretty smooth, except I got my phone stolen. That kind of sucked.
What the hell? How?
Yeah.
How?
Dude, I was in an Uber with my window down, and like we were in a bad part of town. And I was just like, I was texting my wife. She was like, we were planning on, I don't know, doing something later or getting groceries. And dude, just phone down, like window down on my phone. And then this guy snatched it out of my hand and started taking off.
Holy shit.
And I was like, there was like 2 seconds, or not even 2 seconds, like a second or a half a second where I'm like kind of in shock. Like, what the hell just happened? And then I had my bag on me and I threw my bag off me and I opened the door and I start trying to run after him. But that dude was like long gone, man.
Wow.
And honestly, he's lucky I didn't catch him, because I probably would go to jail.
By the way, he did this on foot? Like he was on a bike?
On foot, bro.
Jeez.
On foot.
Holy shit. And then what happens there?
I was sitting this way and he jacked it and ran like behind me. And I was like full sprint.
So what'd you do the rest of your time there? You can't get a new phone in South Africa, right?
No, well, Apple phones are like super expensive down there because of the import costs. And then, yeah, I had a second phone, thankfully.
Oh, okay.
But it was a different number, so it wasn't I didn't have my number. So it kind of, I still got access to my WhatsApp, so I still was able to talk to some people, but it kind of, I had to wait till I got back. I got a different phone, or I got another phone, got my phone number back, and it was a whole process.
Annoying. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear that. How are you feeling going into that fifth round? So things are going good, pretty good, I would say. You're up 3-1, according to, I think, all three of the judges, or at least two of them. And then, the fifth round is the fifth round. He needs a finish, and it doesn't seem like there's really one in the cards. I don't know. What are you thinking going into that fifth round?
Man, I was really tired. I pushed a little too hard too early, I think, in this fight. I didn't navigate this fight like I did my other fights, or let's just say I pushed too early because I felt there was a lot of urgency for me to get a finish. And in practice, in sparring, I kind of pushed that pace, maybe not so hard, because you know how it is when you get in a fight, there's kind of more adrenaline going, and you might dump a little more energy into things. But I was getting a lot of finishes in sparring, and I thought I was going to do the same thing in the fight, and it just didn't pan out that way. I won the first three. Fourth, he came to fight, and he had a little bit more gas than me, and definitely won the fourth. And the fifth, I was winning. I had him down and just had a mental lapse. He got a reversal, and I was exhausted and made a mistake. But that's the fight game, man. That's why we love it.
Did you have any sort of idea how much time was left in that moment? Did you have any sort of sort of conscious thoughts like, oh, if I could just hang on for 10 seconds?
I think so. I can't quite remember. I just knew that we were around the end.
Yeah.
Like there was short time. There wasn't much time left. I think that's why I had the mental lapse, and I wasn't really I was just so tired, man, after working that hard for 25 minutes, And then next thing I know, he's on my neck. I'm just like, fuck. And I'm just like, I'm not tapping. I was like, I'd rather die. I'm not fucking tapping.
You've gone 25 minutes before. What was different this time around?
I think the first round I came out a little too aggressive. I wrestled a little too much. I didn't take my time. That was really the main thing, man. I usually ease into the grappling. I take my time, and the first couple rounds, I ease into things. I get timing down. I try to create damage and make things play out and let the fight play out. But I think I tried to push the pace a little too early.
So in the immediate aftermath, you've never experienced a loss in MMA. You go back to the locker room. You have to fly back home. How did you deal with it? First time for you. This is all very foreign. How did you handle it?
I think I handled it pretty well. It sucked. I felt pretty down. But the people that really care about you are there for you, and they were all trying to cheer me up. But you know how it is when you're just in a bad mental space. It's kind of hard to get yourself out of it. But I mean, they were all trying to help, and there'd be moments where I'd be just like, it's all right. It's just fighting. It's not a big deal. And I'll come back from this and I'll be better. And it happened for a reason, I feel like.
So in the aftermath, to me, in a weird way, I sort of felt like, okay, this could be a blessing for not only Johnny, but PFL as well, because now there's a story, there's a rivalry, there's some intrigue. You were just kind of rolling through all the competition, and you're starting to run out of names. Let's be honest. I think Costello's last fight, he was in the first fight of the night. So it wasn't like you have this long queue of contenders and big money fights, but now there's a story. And for whatever reason, it feels like they're not going in the direction of the rematch. They've got this tournament coming up, or the final coming up with Dalton Rosta and Fabian Edwards, who you have wins over. It seems like, oh, no-brainer, yet it doesn't seem like they're going in the direction of the no-brainer. Am I reading this incorrectly, or is that what you are feeling as well?
No, that's kind of what I'm feeling as well. I feel like that's the biggest fight you can make right now is me and Costello, the rematch. There's a story behind it. There's a huge fan base behind it. People want to see that fight again, and that's how you build MMA. I feel like that would be the smartest decision to make in this scenario. But I feel like they already had like plans to do the tournament winner versus the PFL Champion Series winner.
Mm.
I feel like that they already had this in mind, but I feel like you have to be able to pivot when things like this happen, and you can make big fights where people want to watch them.
Couldn't agree more. Have they told you specifically we're not going in this direction?
Nothing specifically. We're kind of like figuring out what's going on right now. I've told them like I want the rematch, and I think we have a case for it, and I think it'd be smart for the company to do it. People want to see it. But nothing for sure. We haven't said anything concrete about what's ahead, so I'm kind of just waiting to hear from them.
So what's also interesting about that is, okay, so Fabian and Dalton are going to fight in the next few weeks, and then you suspect, okay, if they go in that direction, when's that title fight? 5 months, 6 months, and then you're going to fight the winner of that. That means you were just out for 9 months. That means you're out for another year. That's what's weird about this format that they have here. Guys like you who don't fall into the tournament format and who are part of this champion series thing, if you're not consistently fighting, or if you're not the champion who has to fight, now you're kind of left off to the side.
Yeah, and I agree. I think this is why in this game you have to be able to pivot, and being able to pivot and make the biggest fights as soon as possible, I think is, very, very awesome to do. And if you can, great. If you can't, that's no good. But I think, an immediate rematch in Spain, me and Costello, that fight sells. People are going to watch it, and it's going to be a fucking banger. And I hope they do it, but I'm at the mercy of them. And I really want to fight again soon, because that Johnny Eblen that you saw was not the Johnny Eblen that is capable of being the best in the world. And man, I really want to go back out there and show the world how good I can be.
Saw your tweet. This is from July 22nd. You wrote, I find it interesting Van Steenis doesn't want to run it back immediately. Champs accept rematches because it validates their claim to the throne. Me making a fatal error doesn't make you a better fighter. It just makes you a lucky one. If you think you're better, let's run it. Are you getting the sense, and we spoke to him last week as well, and I'll be honest, I kind of got the sense that he was leaning towards the Edwards-Dalton Roster winner. Are you getting the sense he doesn't want the rematch?
Yes. I didn't watch the whole interview, but I heard what he had said. And it doesn't seem like he wants a rematch. And I watched the fight back, and I can see why. Like, dude, if I just navigate that fight a little bit smarter, and I fight with a higher fight IQ and take my time, I don't think he wins a round. And he's going to lose that fight. So of course he wants to fight a guy that he's already beat, Fabian, or fight a guy that he thinks he can beat in Dalton. He doesn't want to deal with the same problems. He knows that it was kind of a fluke win in a sense, and I want that one back, and he wants to go off into the sunset with that belt and never have to fight me again.
I would be shocked if they don't do it. You know what? I'm not going to say I would be shocked. Nothing would shock me, especially with this crew, but I think it would be a huge mistake if they'll go in this direction. But it doesn't seem like they're going in the direction of Paul Hughes versus Usman 2, and that to me was another no-brainer, right?
Yeah.
So nothing surprises me. We had Dakota Ditcheva on the show, your teammate, last week, and she said that she saw, as she put it, like some sort of like questionable behavior from PFL executives in the immediate aftermath of the fight. Do you know what she didn't want to really elaborate on it, but do you know what she's talking about? Like, it seemed like she was implying that, I don't know, maybe that people were happy about this. Do you know what she's talking about here? Have you heard about this?
I heard some, things about that, and I really don't care. It's whatever. Maybe they're just excited that something crazy happened and they just witnessed like a crazy moment, and they got excited. Maybe they're happy to see me lose. But hey, if they're happy to see me lose or happy to see me win, they're watching me fight. So that's what matters. I don't really care. I think for the betterment of the company, you got to make the biggest fights. Like you said, Paul Hughes versus Usman. I want to see that, dude. I want to watch that fight. That's a great fight. to really, set yourself apart, you got to take the best fighters that you have and match them up and get them to fight. When people want to see people fight, you got to make those fights happen.
Yes, that's how you build promotions. But going back to that comment, like, did you get the sense that people were rooting against you, that people didn't want you to win within the company?
I don't know, man. Maybe, maybe not. I really don't pay attention to that type of stuff. I feel like PFL likes me. I have a good relationship with PFL. They take care of me. I'm happy being there. I'm getting paid well. They're treating me well. Fight week was great. I have a great relationship with Mike Kogan. Me and him go way back, back to the Bellator days.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily get a personal sense that people are rooting against me within PFL.
Okay.
But maybe they are on a personal level, and maybe not overt about it. Maybe they were overt about it when I lost, in that immediate like reaction to it. But when it comes behind closed doors and how I deal with them, it doesn't feel like that.
That was your first fight in about 9 months, like I said. Was that frustrating?
Yeah, it's frustrating, man. I'm 33. I just want to fight the best guys in the world, and I want to fight often. And I don't have all the time in the world. We all have a clock, and it runs out. Hopefully mine lasts a bit longer, but it's frustrating when you can't fight super often, and you're seeing a lot of other fighters, fight maybe 3, 4, or even 5 times a year.
Also, 4 straight fight overseas. Would you like for the next one to be? You're Mr. America, right? Would you want it to be on American soil?
Yeah, but at this point, dude, I'll go anywhere.
Yeah.
I just want to fight soon, Before, yeah, I really wanted to fight in America. Fighting overseas is really expensive. I gotta fly people out. It's a big expense, I gotta fly out early to acclimate. I have to adjust my camp. There's just so many other things I have to think about and coordinate. Fighting in the States is great, That's also another thing that I've noticed, the fights overseas, I don't quite feel or look the same, I guess, but maybe it's in my head, but I feel like some of my best fights were, in the States, close to my time zone, and I'm not having to travel super far and acclimate and go super early.
We spoke to Dustin after your fight. He said he didn't have a chance to speak to you yet. He was going to give you some space. Have you had a chance to talk to him? Has he shared any wisdom with you?
We spoke a little bit over like Instagram DMs, kind of just like, hey man, it's all good.
Yeah.
You'll be back. And like, hey, you're a legend of the sport. Like, look up to you, bro. Like, little things like that. But I'm sure I'll have an extended conversation with him eventually. But, after fights, things get kind of busy.
Yeah.
But I'll run into him. I'll talk to him. He's a buddy of mine. But I'm sure he'll share some wisdom. But I've gotten a lot of wisdom from a lot of people recently, and I think this fight and this loss, really helped develop me as a person and as a fighter.
Anything that really stood out or that touched you the most?
Oh man, a lot. Just nothing in particular. Like this just the whole experience in the sense stood out and has helped me grow. There's just so many people, reached out to me and, wanted to see if I was okay. Or like shared some wisdom, and it just showed how many people cared. And it meant a lot, dude. It meant a lot.
I can imagine. By the way, Costello spoke to MMA Junkie recently. I just want to read you his quote and get your response if I can. Quote, I think he's behaving like a jealous ex-girlfriend. What do you mean luck? Luck that he was fading. He should have trained more. Luck that I put him to sleep. Man, then what great luck you've had in your previous 16 fights. Luck is something you build in the gym. Sure, I'm lucky. I've trained more than you, that's for sure. And I believe in myself more than you believe in yourself. So yeah, that's what I think about his comments.
Wow. Okay. He sounds like a jealous girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. I'm just speaking from facts. I watched the fight back. I was winning the fight. I literally, if he doesn't get a finish, he loses. And it just seems like he's just trying to shell out as much BS to where he doesn't have to fight me. He's trying to justify not having to fight me again. And hey, man, I just want to run it back. Let's do it in Spain. If you're scared, don't do it. If you want to throw hands and you want the smoke, let's do it.
Does that piss you off when you hear that stuff?
Yeah, a little bit, you know. It doesn't piss me off. It's like, if you're a real man, bro, you'll run it back with me. Cuz you watched that fight and you watched those first 3 rounds, I dominated you. And it's just frustrating. Cuz as a man, I wouldn't want to win that way. I would want to win by, completely dominating you, or, not having a fluke victory like he did.
Well, at some point, I suspect you'll know that tournament final is August 21st. Do you think you'll get some sort of clarity as to what they'll do? And if not, like if you're not getting that shot, would you be open to fighting someone else just to stay active? What do you think you'll do? And I know this is all very fresh. I'm putting you on the spot, but do you think you'll get another one in 2025?
I really hope so. I really need to get another fight, this year. I waited this long. I don't really want to fight only once this year. I'm 33. I'm in my prime. I need to fight as soon as possible. Running it back as soon as possible would be great. But, I think we'll have more clarity after this tournament winner comes out. We'll see what they do. If it's not Costello, I'll fight somebody to stay active. I'm in this game to fight, and that's what I'm going to do.
Appreciate it, Johnny. Thank you very much. Sorry this all happened, but again, I think this makes things very interesting for not only you, but the PFL and the division. Seems like an opportunity to really generate some interest and some eyeballs. Sometimes when it's so dominant, when things are so one-sided, it becomes a little bit, for lack of a better word, mundane. And so this is sport. This is what we love about sports, comebacks and rivalries and all this stuff. So I hope that they listen to your suggestion and that we get to see this rematch in the near future. Enjoy your trip. Enjoy your time off. Appreciate you joining us on the day that you guys were leaving, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Appreciate you, Ariel. Anytime you want me on, bro, I got you.
Thank you so much. There he is, the one and only Johnny Eblen, now former champion, I guess in the PFL/Bellator. To me, that's the no-brainer of all no-brainers. But I said the same regarding Usman and Paul Hughes, and I was told that was a stupid thing to say. So I don't know. I understand that there's a tournament final. I get it 100%. And those guys have gone through, a very nice bracket to get to this point, and the winner of that fight should be rewarded. But as he said, things change. And not saying that other guy, the winner of Rosta versus Edwards, shouldn't fight for the belt. I'm just saying because he was, a dominant champion for several years and a big upset transpired, he deserves a crack at that title once again as a challenger in an immediate rematch, in my opinion. And I would love to see it. I would love to see it, and I think it would be great, and I think it would only make Costello a better fighter. We're going to be joined in a matter of moments by a guy who knows a thing or two about being a champion, a former UFC heavyweight champion to be exact. He was the youngest UFC heavyweight champion when he became champion way back when. He was 24 years young, 23 years ago, now 47, the War Master, the babyface assassin, the former king of Pancrase, Pride and Strikeforce heavyweight Grand Prix runner-up, career wins over the likes of Andrei Arlovsky, Frank Mir, Randy Couture, Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira, Mark Hunt, Dan Severn, Sammy Schilt, Jeff Munson, Sergey Kharitonov, Roy Nelson, and many more. Has competed, obviously, in the UFC, Pride, Strikeforce, Pancrase, Affliction, KSW, Dream, and has a great promotion right now called Bloodsport, and has his 14th Bloodsport event taking place right here in the tri-state area this Saturday, August 2nd, at the Williams Center in Rutherford, New Jersey. You can get tickets right now over at eventbrite.com. It's live on Triller TV. I love what they are doing with Bloodsport, and I can't wait to talk to him about it. And I always enjoy my conversations with the one and only Josh Barnett. So let us say hello to the man himself, who is kind enough to join us right here now in studio. Yeah, there he is. My guy, Josh.
Hey,
how are you, sir?
Excellent.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you just flew in today?
Yeah,
yesterday?
no, today.
Are you tired?
Red eye. It'll catch up to me.
Okay, but now you're good.
Yeah.
Now you're just going off of piss and vinegar.
Well, and being 3 hours technically behind.
Behind, yes.
So,
So it's like 11 o'clock in the morning for you. No big
Basically,
deal. How's life? My audio guy says he always loves your shirts because he's a big music guy.
yeah.
Did he make a comment to you? An awkward comment?
No, I think he's too intimidated.
Okay, what is this one?
Merciful Fate. It's King Diamond's. Well, it's not his original band. I think his original band was Bratz, but yeah.
Frank, do you know Merciful Fate?
Yeah, I do. That's awesome.
Okay, doesn't sound like he knows it. I think he's just kind of playing it off, to be honest.
Yeah, he just didn't want to seem like he wasn't in on it.
He's not all like down with the stuff. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
I just saw you on TV a couple weeks ago on NBC.
This is true.
That was crazy, man.
It was crazy, and a lot of people were, of course, they were very surprised. But it's also because if someone tells me something, and if I don't know if it's supposed to be public, I keep that shit.
Yeah. No, it was great. I thought they did such a great job with that. Seeing Doug Dillinger, hit the door, seeing you there, Chuck Zito there, Gage Goldberg. Of course, I'm talking about the Bill Goldberg retirement match. Can I ask how this all came about? Like, you get a call from Bill when? How long was this in the works?
I think it was WWE. Someone from there reached out and said, "Hey, Bill requested for you to be here as part of his crew to walk him to the ring." And I'm like, yeah, all done. Just tell me the details. When do I need to be there and what do I got to do?
Amazing.
And it's like I've said previously that Bill is basically like, he's family. When he was living in California, I would stay at his place all the time. I mean, I used to kick the crap out of Gage pro wrestling with him as a little kid. Now would be a bit tougher.
Yeah.
I've known him for, probably going on about 20 years.
Really? How'd you first meet?
In Japan, when I was coaching and training Bob Sapp, we went to Bill's All Japan Pro Wrestling match against Kojima.
Wow.
And I met him there. And then we'd keep running into each other. I saw him at Strikeforce. I'd see him at this. I'd see him at that. If it was Affliction or whatever, wherever the fights were, if my parents were there, he'd always run into my parents first. Tell me how much fun he's having with my parents. And then I'm like, when am I actually going to run into you? Yeah. So, and another interesting Bill Goldberg, Josh Barnett tidbit. This is not something I've said out publicly yet or to this point, but I'll do it here.
Okay.
So when we did Bloodsport Bushido in Japan at Ryoku Kokugikan last year in July or June, I think it was July, I forget. Anyways, the main event was me versus John Moxley.
Yeah.
But in the creation of the event and, the original main event was actually going to be me versus Bill Goldberg.
Wow.
And me and Bill had come to an agreement about it and everything, and we were trying to make it happen. But at the end of the day, it wasn't something we could put together. But we had agreed on pretty much all the necessary items. But, he's a very, very important man with a lot of obligations and contracts and all sorts of stuff. So unfortunately, we couldn't make that match happen.
Would you still like to make it happen? Or is that ship sailed?
I don't know. I mean, that anytime Bill decides that's something he wants to do, then I'm there. But he's had an incredible career, very lengthy, very storied, and I don't know. I guess it would depend on him.
And that was your first time stepping into a WWE ring.
Yeah, funny enough.
That's
As
crazy.
much as I've been around the WWE throughout like the decades, to be honest, that's the first time I've ever actually walked into the ring.
Was that weird for you?
No. It was. I suppose it was slightly surreal just because I've been around it for so long. Because I've had a lot of contacts and people and other athletes that I've worked with in WWE over the years. So that being the first time I ever stepped in the ring I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but
He was unhappy with the whole thing.
Well, that's Bill. He always grouses about everything.
Are you surprised he's unhappy? Because from afar, I was like, this is a pretty good tribute.
I'd have to be Bill to understand the totality of where that is coming from for him. And I don't know all the story and everything behind it, but. I'll say this, I thought it was, and I told him on the night, I thought the match was absolutely fantastic. Couldn't have had a better opponent than Gunther, who I have vouched for many a time, vouched to Bill for him. I've worked with him before in training, and he's just a fantastic wrestler, one of my favorites in the business at the moment. And I thought the defining thing was you had a crowd actually being sympathetic for Bill Goldberg. as his knee is getting trashed and his legs are getting tore up. You got people chanting Goldberg, but not in the same way. They're chanting it because they're trying to rally him up.
Right.
And to see Goldberg getting sympathy from the crowd is something that's never happened. It's just not the way that guy and how his career has been built. So to see that at this point in his career and for that match, and I thought it was fantastic. I thought everything went incredibly well, and I thought it was a really great match.
I'm not surprised to hear you say that you like Gunther. Feels like he'd be your kind of guy. But why in particular?
Because he's the real deal. Like, he can shoot, he can work. He really takes professional wrestling serious in like a legacy kind of way. And it's not just him going out there and, as they like to say these days, getting his shit in. He really is out there to be who he is in that ring, to bring that moment, to tell stories, and also to be a legitimate heel. Like, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't happen without him because of his ability to actually take the mantle of the heel and do it full-throated, not worrying about his merch sales or whatever. He's doing what the job is needed. And he's a consummate professional, and he's believable. Okay,
so speaking of that, there's a big topic right now, this WWE Unreal doc series on Netflix.
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Have you seen? It just came out yesterday, Tuesday, so you probably haven't seen it yet, or maybe you have.
No, I have not seen it.
6 parts. It's about like all the behind the scenes. I mean, like literally they're in the room saying, who do you think should win the Rumble? That type of stuff. You like this sort of thing or don't like it?
I absolutely hate it.
Hate it?
I think it has
I love it, Josh.
No place
Why?
in the business. Because I understand where it comes from, and I understand the rationale behind it. In this day and age, the way media is, the way it's constructed, the way the stories are told, and how we package everything from the beginning to the end, from the front facing to the behind the scenes, and we package everything, and everything is displayed to everyone all the time now. But I am 100% team kayfabe. I view it like nobody wants to go to an illusionist show to be told how the trick goes. They just want to see the trick. They want to be amazed. They want to try and sit there and argue with everybody about how it was done and contemplate, was that a real elephant or any of those sort of things, to get those questions going, whether they be negative, positive, or anywhere in between, because as long as the talking is happening, it's good. And by keeping people always wanting to know, it's good. If you exposed it all before the show happens, they'll enjoy it, perhaps, but not in the same way. And it's the same. It's a difference between the way I look at wrestling. If you just do a bunch of really cool spots and athletic moments, people will cheer for it, but it will not have the impact that the match that is all emotion and story driven will.
Okay,
it's
so
just not possible.
Can I offer a counter argument?
Go ahead.
Okay, so like the stuff that they're showing now is from 6 months ago, right?
Okay.
So it's not like this week we are seeing how they got to the SummerSlam finish, right?
Yes.
So it's already old.
Sure.
We already know this is scripted.
My opinion is still leave that out. Don't make people think about wrestling as what writers came up with. Don't make people think about wrestling as people doing bumps and how many stars their matches are, or me and my opponent just doing a selfie right now after we just had this big blood feud blow off, and now it's like, oh, I'm glad I had such a great match with you. Like, stop telling everybody and rubbing it into everybody knows when you go to see the magician or the illusionist that, well, we can argue this, but it's not real, like, supernatural magic. But people still want to see it because they're interested about what is this? How did this happen? I know it's not really magic, I think. It's that. It's the same with wrestling. Don't smarten people up. Everybody should be a mark for something. That keeps it pure and sincere, and it drives like a real deep-seated feeling towards a thing. Exposing things, breaking everything down to its material, granular self steals all the magic out of it. And now you got to do something different, and it won't be the same. And at the end of the day, it's probably why, similar to how so many people are historical these days, how if you watch boxing content now, there's no reference to boxers 50 years ago, 20 years ago. It's like nothing ever happened before yesterday. Whereas if you watch boxing in the 80s, you were constantly being inundated with who was who and where they came from and why this person was important for this guy to be here tonight, and so on and so on and so on. We have destroyed history. We have stolen the magic. We have made everything a fungible material item instead of a moment of just human action being displayed and you just being a participant or a viewer.
Okay, so one more pushback. I love Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
I know Adam Sandler isn't Happy Gilmore. I watched Adam Sandler do a bunch of interviews about Happy Gilmore. But when I sit down and watch Happy Gilmore, I'm suspending disbelief and I'm saying, this is all fun. This is make-believe. His own kids are in it, not playing his kids, but playing characters in the movie. Ultimately, what's the difference?
A movie is not a pro wrestling match. A pro wrestling match is a live event with people that need you to believe that this that's happening matters. A movie, you step up for that. It's like going to a play or even a musical or something like that. You know that this is just interchangeable elements as actors and actresses presenting a story that's already been created or may have been created, let's say, hundreds of years before they ever even did this version of it. With wrestling, it is two specific people that I guess we could call them characters, but they don't reference as characters. They don't. This isn't something that is traditionally you don't reference this at all. You just let it be. Whereas with movies and television, it's just a completely different medium. And by the way, look at how awful TV and movies are these days. They are absolutely atrocious.
So is this killing the business in your opinion?
No,
Things
I
like
don't
this.
think it'll kill the business.
Okay.
I think the business will be fine, but I just think that maybe in the long term, there will be negative repercussions from it. But the thing is that once you do stuff like this, or in time, maybe it can diminish, but if you keep pushing in certain directions, you start restructuring the way people view this. Like, look at the way people look at MMA these days versus the way they looked at it at UFC 5. Or let's say something even further along, UFC 28, 30. But at some point, I remember the crowds being just absolutely furious about any grappling. And, different markets would change. But then I would sit back and go, well, look at all your promotional material. You show nothing of the importance of grappling, wrestling, and submissions. You only show knockouts. Your big best of shows are always knockouts. So basically, you're priming an audience for one thing, which happens a lot less than another.
Just curious, and you run your own promotion. We're going to get to this Saturday. Do you see any negative ramifications from this era? From, you talk about like get my stuff in or, kayfabe and all this stuff. Like what makes your promotion so unique, Bloodsport, is because it feels old school and because I feel like you really honor what pro wrestling maybe should be or is all about and you respect it in that regard. But when you come in contact with today's talent, do you see any sort of difference between today's talent and the talent from 10, 15 years ago?
Oh, yeah, it's vastly different. There's a lot of reasons as to why that is, too. But with Bloodsport, that through line about pure professional wrestling, so to speak, is there. And I'm also there to help everybody along and to help them get the most out of everything that they're doing in the ring, not just in my ring, but in every ring, be it a WWE ring or an AEW or NWA or New Japan. It doesn't really matter. When I built this show, I built it for wrestlers first. It's for the wrestlers to have a place to go out there and just wrestle to the best of their ability. Just strip everything else away, all the other stuff that they're going to have to do in other places or other things that may be expected of them, even if you're an indie wrestler, and just being like, no, let all that alone, forget all that. This is just about you, your opponent, and this moment. This isn't about making sure you get your special move in or the match has to have you hit your finish. No, none of that. I don't need walkouts where you all come to the center of the ring and stand at hard cam. I don't want that. I mean, some natural things I'll see and I'll tell them afterwards, like, stop doing that. Like, we already know you're here. You looking at hard cam it just comes off it comes off as part of like a thing that is pre-scripted for you to do every time instead of you're legitimately here to get into a fight.
Okay, so this is the 14th event, Bloodsport 14.
Yes.
This Saturday, August 2nd, Rutherford, New Jersey. There it is. There's the poster. You can watch it on Triller TV. You can get tickets right now over at eventbrite.com. Has this gone like ultimately when you first thought of Bloodsport? I feel like you have tremendous momentum. I texted you this as well. Like the product is so much fun and so different than everything else out there. Has this gone better than you ever expected?
I don't think I could say that. There have absolutely been some milestones. I would say doing Bloodsport Bushido in Japan was something that just made me have to sit back. I have a photo from the arena when it was just the stuff was getting put up. I just sat there going like, I can't believe that I'm doing this right now. This is absolutely so utterly surreal. It feels like something I thought of sketching and writing out. I used to keep, I always keep a notepad on me when I travel, but I used to sit there and write on the road about shows I would try to put together and things to do and concepts and ideas, and to see like, oh man, this is like straight out of my old little notepad from 2003. This is crazy. 14 shows here in the U.S., a second international show coming up in London, September 28th. There are definitely some things that really stand out, and we've done so fantastic so far, but I feel like there'll be time to look back on that, and I respect and I appreciate everything we've done, but I have to think about how we can do it better, how we can improve, how we can streamline, how we can get more for less at times, and then how we can get more to make something bigger too. So I'm not like the kind of guy that's like, oh yeah, well, what have you done for me lately? But I see where we started and where we're at, and I see many pathways to where we can and possibly might be going. So I got to focus on that.
The goal is how many shows a year? Like, what would you like?
I would love at least 4. That would be what I would love to do. 4 on like a quarterly schedule, with a singular, with one of those events being a one-night tournament.
Okay.
That is my...
How close are you from that?
I don't know.
Okay.
We tried setting up the one-night tournament before COVID killed one. I forget what happened the other time. It's eluding me. And this is also based on us being an indie promotion. You can't guarantee your talent in the same way, with contracts and the money and so on and so forth. And you can put belts on people. I mean, they do it all the time, but I don't want to have to now be concerned about if I've got some sort of talent from wherever it could be, especially at this point with WWE and other places. If you put a belt on them, now you got to, okay, well, now I have to be concerned about what happens to my champ. What's happening with this belt? Instead, I would rather do something like those Rings Mega Battle tournaments, do a one-nighter, you win that belt, you win that cup, whatever, and then you move on. So every year there could be a different person who is in that tournament who may or may not win it. And therefore now I don't have to be concerned about a traveling belt and a champ and whatever. And while I would still like to think that if someone was to come out on top with our tournament as a champion, that a promotion wouldn't try to like totally bury and crap all over what that is. I mean, that being said, if that's the case, I ain't going to forget it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to do you any favors, or it's not going to do you good or goodwill towards the business or me. But I want to do something that has a you had to be there kind of feel, and something that is not dependent on us having locked in talent per se, which, yeah.
So one of the great examples, I think, of what you are doing and what makes Bloodsport so special is Natty Neidhart. Like, she is so different in your world, and she seems to have like this resurgence in her career, and the way she is presenting herself on your platform and this little indie run that she's on now is so vastly different than what she was doing in WWE, and it seems like she's so much more motivated and like I said, like this revival. What's it been like working with her? Because she seems to have bought in 1,000%.
Oh, it's easy as always. Like Natty has been coming to train with me and working with me for, God, maybe almost 20 years. Maybe more, maybe 20 years or so. It's been a long time. And I got to know Natty through Harry, Davey Boy Smith Jr., who's been my student since he was 19 years old, 20 years old maybe. And Natty would come out here and there and train with us and work on things. And then when I was training and breaking Shayna in, then Natty would come out. I'd put them together and have them work it out. And it was just always somebody super eager and hungry to acquire more skills, more abilities to add to that toolbox. I mean, she's a legacy wrestler coming from a very, very important wrestling family. But I think the big thing about what Natty's doing right now is that she doesn't have to do any of this. She's made money hand over fist. She's a very popular person. She's accomplished a ton of things in the industry. I mean, she's already cemented her name as somebody of legacy. But that desire to go out and wrestle is still very strong inside her. And for her to want to choose Bloodsport specifically to really kind of kick this thing off like she did last time and following through with this, it just says that the wrestlers have the belief in this being a promotion for wrestlers, that they see this and they go, this is where I can truly let this expression deep within myself out, and I want to.
And so on this one, you also have Pete Dunne.
Yes, we do.
How does that work, by the way? Do you go to WWE and say, I would like this person, that person, or do they say these people are available? How does that work?
Honestly, it's a pretty easy process. I will give them lists of preferred talent and also say, who do you got and who do you want potentially to also be on this show? And sometimes, actually quite often, that list of preferred talent and who they want on the show overlaps. Other times they'll send me names and I'm like, wow, okay, yeah, let me see what I can do with this. And it's a really easy process where we have discussions about, booking and all this kind of stuff. And if everybody's on the same page, then boom, we go for it. If there's some aspect of it that doesn't work out, either for what I'm trying to do for the show or for them or whatever, then we just, okay, yeah, move on. We just move on and keep going. So it's really stress-free in that sense,
Is Shayna on this one?
No, she is not.
Okay.
Her 90 days is not up yet.
Okay, but she was able to compete for you while she was in WWE.
Yes.
So what would be the difference?
Well, I mean, I'm just letting her do her thing at the moment. And right now, for Shayna, whether or not she wants to do blood sports or anything like that, I mean, it's just an open door whenever. And right now, she's just working on other stuff. And, we'll get back to it.
What was your reaction when you found out they were parting ways?
It sucks. But
Were you surprised?
Surprised, yeah. But I also realize that there's a lot of information that I don't understand or that I don't have at my disposal. So a lot of things might seem, business as usual, but I don't necessarily always look at it that way. And there could be a lot going on behind the scenes that is stuff that I'm just not aware of, especially because it isn't a wrestling company in the same way that it used to be. It now has, these board members and all this kind of stuff from up above with TKO and Endeavor. And that's a completely different kind of animal. And those things may need different types of ironing out. They may have different ideas. It's hard to say. And, WWE might be thinking in very different terms of how maybe you and I might go about using and promoting the talent that they have. They might have different metrics now that they're looking at, and that could really come into a play.
Do you think she'll stick with pro wrestling? I know she was working a little bit as a producer, right, with NXT.
I mean, she will be around professional wrestling in one fashion or another, I expect. Whether she's going to stay in the ring, I mean, she's got a lot of mileage left to do that, surprisingly, with the length of a career she's had as an MMA fighter and as a professional wrestler. But ultimately, you got to do what fills you up, what makes you feel satisfied and that you're doing something meaningful. So if that's the case, I know she's going to be right back in that ring.
I don't know if I've ever asked you this. Did you ever talk to WWE about competing for them?
No.
Was there ever a conversation?
No.
Not once, ever. Throughout all the years.
No.
Surprising? How come?
No, I just don't ever think that I was kind of a fit for that company. Now, who knows what someone like Paul or Nick or someone might think. I don't know. I've never broached that kind of a discussion with them.
Even in the old days?
In the old days, I definitely was like, well, yeah, there's no way. But, and I was really more concerned about fighting. So if I was to go and try and have a contract with WWE, and let's say they're like, boom, we love this, let's do that. That would mean everything in regards to fighting would be completely off the table. And I wasn't willing to do that. I wouldn't have been willing to do that.
Right.
And so I couldn't see how that could have been arranged. But, if I was with New Japan Pro Wrestling, though, no big deal. Working for Inoki for as many years as I did, yeah, not a problem. So a little different. That way I could accomplish both things that I wanted to do at the same time. And for me, it's all pro wrestling, whether I'm shooting or working, as they say, whether I'm in an MMA ring or a bare knuckle boxing cage or a pro wrestling ring. It doesn't matter. Like, it's all pro wrestling.
So to that point, you were so closely linked to MMA for so many years, but yet you have a pro wrestling promotion.
Yeah.
Not an MMA promotion. Did you ever consider running an MMA league and MMA promotion?
I have developed MMA projects and shows before. Some that we had moved down the line, and at the last minute, like, not enough investment, so didn't happen. I've built rule sets, judging criterias. I've refereed. I've judged. I've fought. I've done everything you can think of. So, like, whenever there's discussions about fighter pay and things like that, I am somebody who can come from both sides, who I've worked in the office side and as the fighter side. And, I know what it takes to put on events. I also know what it is to create these deals with fighters, and also where the different streams of revenue will be coming in and all of that. And it's, I try to lend my voice to those conversations as much as possible, but some things people have a hard time getting a grasp of. So, I'll still put it out there. That doesn't always mean they're going to understand it.
How do you feel about the MMA business right now?
I think it's pretty stale. But
there's something lacking, right?
It's not special like it used to be. There's too many events. There's too many just random fighters who, it's not even like you could get mad at the UFC or PFL or whomever. Well, why do you promote this guy? It's like, oh, man, yeah, him and her and like, how many others? Like,
right.
which is the one that's going to take off? I don't really know. So it's mostly the UFC that is, mainly because of the biggest, but they've got the model of like the media rights and licensing model. And so now you need to be able to provide that media content for all these different platforms and things that you've got all these deals with. And it's a very complicated machine as far as I can tell. And in terms of business, I don't know that it's a bad way about going out over things per se, but in terms of how I look at things like fighting and the events and the stories and the athletes and the whole less monetary aspect of it, and just like the mythos, like the aesthetics of it all, they don't necessarily, I think that's where it's suffering the most.
Do you think it could ever get back, or is that?
100% it could get back, but you'd have to probably start off by beating up all the bean counters and the TV execs and all them. And
so that's why I don't know if it ever does come back.
It'll be because I I was given the okay to kick down the door and start thrashing the ever living crap out of people at, I don't know, at Endeavor and WME and CA. I don't know.
It's such a big business now that
it's huge. It's so massive.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it hard to make these changes. Plus, any of those people with any of these C-suite or exec positions or what have you, if they were to make a decision that eventually would lead it down, let's say, a better product. If that decision loses shareholder money for a time being, they're probably out of a job.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So there isn't a lot of incentive unless things are already going bad to make any real changes. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. So it's not always about what we could or should do. It's about, we have to make sure that we deliver shareholder profit. We have to make sure that we've already spread ourselves out with all these deals, so we got to fulfill them. And if there's a 3-year deal and a 5-year, and the different overlaps of it, like more than likely it's going to be, we'll just re-sign another deal for more money.
Right.
And if we can do that, that is the safest, best pathway. And what we've already been doing and what we've structured this company to do, like with a whole section of it that makes sure that happens. If you stop traveling down that pathway and pursuing that, if you decide you want to make a change, well, then there's probably a bunch of people that are going to have to get laid off. And that's difficult too.
For me, what's probably the most disappointing, and this is a byproduct of the UFC getting so big, there's just so little competition. There's so little like Pepsi to their Coke. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Here in America, there's just PFL. Overseas, there's some promotions doing some things, but
there's Ryzen, there's KSW,
Ryzen's actually
Octagon.
Yeah, but not like, it's very sort of regional, right? Octagon's regional, KSW's doing their thing. Ryzen, to me, has been one of the stories of the year. They just had like 47,000 people at their last event. Like this Japanese MMA resurgence, I didn't necessarily see it coming. Did you?
At the level of Ryzen, yes.
You did?
I could easily have seen this happening. However, it's how there used to be also Pancras doing 10,000 seat arenas, Shuto doing 5,000 seat arenas, Deep doing 5 to 10,000 seat arenas every now. But that is all gone.
Yeah,
that's still something that has a lot of knock-on effects to Japanese MMA. But it's even still, Pancras is still going on. Deep is still going on. There's other smaller promotions like Gladiator and Grachon and whatever, and guys are getting fights, which is great. But there used to be these promotions that were able to bring in much more foreign talent and have bigger shows, and it's just all either Ryzen and then everything else is like way below.
Okay.
And it's a very similar to like here in the States as well. And look, everything eventually consolidates anyways. Like everything becomes essentially a Pareto principle type deal, 20-80. 20% is producing 80%. And I would say that, I know everybody likes to talk about the Zuffa myth and, the company, the UFC doing its own propaganda, which every company does propaganda for itself. But I think one thing that gets overlooked is that MMA didn't actually, the settlement that was reached for the first class action suit only is possible because MMA is even big enough to pay out a settlement like that, to have a footprint that gets it the notoriety and the spotlight and the eyeballs and the interest from a judge and all these different things and lawyers to take it up. Because for most of MMA's career, nobody cared. Nobody cared. They thought it was cool. There wasn't the type of money in it that there is now by any means. And more than that, there was no cross-promotional anything. No one cared about you as a UFC fighter in the big scheme of things. You were invited to nothing. Your sponsors were all like porn shops. No, not Vivid Video or something. Like not like a producer of like, no, like some guy's porn store, or Condom Depot, things of that nature. Probably, I'm surprised that, cigarettes wasn't involved, but which actually probably would have been too highbrow for UFC and MMA and NHB at its time. No one cared. It just was like, it was so low dollar, low buck. No one was getting in to be an agent. None of that existed. We had no cachet, no social cachet, no real fiscal cachet, and zero like media penetration whatsoever. Nobody cared. The fact that we can now actually argue about the level of a settlement is only partially because of people working their ass off to go in front of the judges and to carry this case and to do it for as long as they did. But in the landscape of MMA, it's because there was no money. There was no interest. None of those, it just didn't exist. But now it does. So now the potential of like, how the Lee case turned out, and I know there's another case and different things. And
did you partake in that?
What do you mean partake?
Did you take the settlement money?
Of course.
Of course.
It was like
only one UFC fighter came out and said he did it. Moicano.
Well, for
Moicano.
For reading all of his Rothbard Mises, probably doesn't read Hoppe. By the way, maybe you'll grow out of libertarianism at some point, Moicano, and when you figure it out. But in any case, you clearly don't understand money. If you didn't take money that was already given to you and was already agreed upon, it's not like you're going to be a pariah because you accepted the money that, $375 million ain't nothing to the UFC anyway.
Did it come to you yet?
No, nobody has. I don't believe anybody's gotten it.
I've not heard that yet.
But it's the same thing when like, I had friends that were like, oh, I don't know about, taking any COVID money. It's like, it's already your money. They printed it. They already devalued your dollar by printing this money. Everything you own is now worth less. If you don't take that money, somebody else is going to. And you might as well, follow through. I mean, it's just your own cash. In this case, it's our own cash. And really, the thing is, I think a lot of this can be solved with opening and increasing incentivization models for fighters, especially. But I think the big thing is it's going to, talking about Pareto principles, 20% are going to be the top stars that make the money, win the belts. The 80%, probably no one's ever going to remember their name. And the issue that's going to really rub people the wrong way is the fact that this stuff around fighter pay really only applies to the draws and the champs. It doesn't apply to newcomer Bob, Shirley 5-5 record. No, if you're not pulling the money in, if you're not making the people have to watch you, you probably cost a promotion more than you make it. And I know people will come on here and they've argued with me like they have on about, well, because of the media rights. It's like, then that just means that guy's even less valuable because they could just rotate anybody in. The point is, when you are a draw, you need to be able to make the money off of that draw. And it's not money that any company has to pull out of somewhere and get a loan to give you. It's money that comes from the things that you pulled in. Mm-hmm. And I think that would go a long way towards making a lot of fighters happy. But at the end of the day, the way that this has been approached and a lot of the really just unintelligent and misunderstanding of the problem itself will leave people incredibly upset, even if it got sorted out straightly, because again, 2080, like there's going to be a whole bunch of people. Not everyone makes it to the NBA. You know what I mean? Like once they're there, then they're included in that gigantic multi-tier economy amongst all those teams and the overall greater economy of just the NBA itself. And then all the incentivizing elements behind it. But almost no one ever gets there. You know what I mean? Almost no one is going to be a draw. Almost no one is going to be a champion. That's the cruel fact of athletic endeavors. But if you can understand that if you didn't go into it for the money, but you went into it because you had to do it, because it was something that was driven, that has been driving deep inside you for you to make that step and to do that thing and to overcome whatever it is that was maybe getting in front of you from keeping you from doing it, then yeah, it was worthwhile. But if you think like, well, I need to do this and I need to get paid and I need to make money and I need to be rich, it's like, well, this is the wrong thing to do. Right. It just really is. And I'm not trying to say like, because I've done something with it that I can sit back and be like, well, you already got yours. I'm a manager and a trainer. More people will have been on the end of never really making a real buck from it, and versus those that actually like a Victor Henry who have secured, his second contract with the UFC over his tenure there, but also was signed to the UFC when it was the right time because I didn't need him to sign there because I got him paid plenty fighting outside of that. But then you have to be as good as he is at least. And, I'm sure there's a bunch of people, I could beat him. Well, even if you could beat him, all the girls that were like, I could beat Gina Carano, none of you were ever more popular than her. And maybe you could argue Cyborg is now.
More popular?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah,
Gina's
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, Cyborg whomped her. Never got what Gina had.
Right.
Not her fault, and nothing about, not me to say anything bad about Chris, which I thought, Shields, incredibly classless.
Yeah.
That's fine. You're a better boxer than her. She's a better fighter than you. She'd smash you every day. And I applaud the going into MMA. I think that was dope. I think she should be confident as her skills as a boxer. Great boxer, good fighter, and has crossed over into MMA. But whether or not you think someone's ugly doesn't mean anything.
I know.
You know what I mean? And falling back on like, I can beat her up. I'm a better boxer than her. It's like, way to move the goalposts.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you saw her on the street, she'd F you up.
Can I ask you about Tom Aspinall? What do you think of him?
He's fantastic. He's my favorite heavyweight.
Yeah, I would. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's dope. He's got a catch background. He's like a
feels like you're a type of guy, right?
Yeah, born into this, so to speak. Seems like a great guy, driven, well-rounded, fantastic.
Okay.
Big fan.
No notes, no issues.
No,
yeah,
I think he's fantastic. I think the only notes or issues would be him being hung up on this whole Jones thing. Sucked, and he didn't deserve that. But I hope he makes out.
Jones gets mad at me because I say I have two lists as far as the greatest of all time. I have the everything goes list, meaning if you pop for PEDs, all good. But there's the clean list. If you didn't pop, you're on this list. Jones can't be on that list.
I guess so. Yeah.
He doesn't like when I do that.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Jones is an incredible fighter and one of the best of all time.
There's a few infractions.
Yeah, I get it. If you want to get granular about it,
I mean, It's not really granular. He tested positive.
I know that.
Multiple times.
I know that.
George St. Pierre didn't. Demetrius Johnson didn't. Khabib Nurmagomedov didn't.
True.
Anderson did.
Right.
That list.
Yes.
Fedor didn't.
I got you.
You know. So but if everything goes, Jones is number one.
I mean,
do you agree?
I don't know.
No, not on the list thing.
Oh.
Who's number one?
I don't know.
Really? You don't have a take? Greatest of all time?
Nah, I'm not nothing to say at the moment. Yeah.
Really?
Nah.
I thought you would say like Fedor or something.
I think Fedor is arguably the best heavyweight of all time.
Heavyweight?
Yeah.
But fighter? You don't have a strong take.
Well, I'm also
Might be
like
the first time
I'm also super biased because like in my opinion, Megumi Fuji is the greatest female MMA fighter of all time.
Still believe that?
Oh, hell yeah. Because she did things that none of these other girls are doing. She fought up in weight. She's literally for a weight class that didn't exist at the time.
Yeah.
Fought abroad, fought people as heavy as 140 pounds, soaking wet at maybe 118, 119.
This is why BJ Penn deserves more love in the greatest of all time discussion.
He definitely deserves a good nod, although you can see that he had streaks, but his consistency was
in his prime.
In his prime, he was good enough to go with anyone, and his gameness was unquestionable.
Yeah,
unquestionable. And I think that that's what makes BJ such a noteworthy person across the history of MMA. I don't care if you want to get into like the discussion about records and this win and that win, and okay, sure.
MMA is different in that regard.
But yeah, exactly. The things that he was doing and when he was doing it and how he went about it is what's more important.
What's ACWA?
The ACWA is the American Catch Wrestling Association, and it's been this project that me and Fergus McTaggart have been working on since 2014. It's in a revival of catch as catch can as a competitive sport. And my approach was to look at freestyle, folk style, collegiate, Greco, so basically international and national style wrestling here in the States, and abroad, and take the best of those things and create a structured system from this already battle tested and well used set of rules and competition aspects. And that is because I was there when BJJ and all the submission stuff was starting to like make their come up. And look, an IBJJF tournament, maybe back in the day, maybe even 7 years ago, even 5 years ago, like, people weren't getting they compete at like 2 p.m. and not get their medal until like 8 or 9. It just, there was so much in the realm of the submission grappling, the BJJ stuff that was just so badly run, so sloppy. So, and even at times I'll see reffing at IBJJF events and I'm like, that's awful. This person shouldn't be anywhere near a mat. That's ridiculous. Or I'll see certain rules and certain submission setups and I'll go, you didn't think this through. This is now just utterly gamed and you just sit there and watch it. Like, how stupid is that? So with wrestling, I took all the best elements that have been gamed over and ran over so many times, and then worked backwards from the whole point of why are we doing this match? To win by pin or submission. Well, how do you continue to incentivize that, and how do you keep moving the action towards that? What sort of discretion do you want to give the referees, and how should you guide them towards using it? And so I just ran all these different simulations and concepts and matches in my head, did them in the gym, have done them in events, have made small rule adjustments overall. We do, I'll bring all the referees and judges together after the event and talk to them about different calls, get all their input. And my thing was, I wanted this to run like being at a US Open, because I mean, with a USA Wrestling, US Open or something like that, every wrestler knows when their next match is going to happen, what number it is, what mat it's on, who's going to be against, and they'll know if they lose, when that next match is going to be. If they win, this is so structured out, it's just foolproof. So I wanted to work from that and bring something in the submission aspect into that kind of environment, and that's what we've been doing. Plus,
you're making a promotion.
Yes, the American Catch Wrestling Association has been running submission wrestling tournaments in Southern California since 2014. We've had 2 national championships last year and the year before. We also bring a travel team over to England, and we have won 5 gold medals and 2 runner-ups.
Is there pay involved in this?
No.
Okay.
This is all amateur.
All amateur, okay.
Yeah, and that's another thing is that submission grappling got so skewed into this weird sort of professional concept. And while I do agree that we need professional grappling, and that does now exist with things like CJI and ADCC and all that, but it got way out of control with all these fight to wins and all this stuff, like blue belt with 2 stripes. I need to get paid, and you're like, you don't. I mean, nobody gives a shit. If you can sell tickets, fine.
Right.
But as far as where do you really sit on the totem pole as far as a pro athlete? You're not. You're a hobbyist, and that's cool. But it got really skewed to where the events that you paid to compete in because they were amateur started completely disappearing, except for if it was like IBJJF or even Jiu-Jitsu World League, where it's like, oh yeah, spend $120 for maybe 1 match. And if you lose it, good luck. That's it. Done. If you went into the wrong division, you only had 1. And for me, no, I want to develop this more like an Olympic style sport.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of Real American Freestyle Wrestling?
I think they should have a conversation with me about bringing catch into that as an option too. Well, I haven't reached out to them either.
Okay.
And obviously they did lose their big guy,
Do you think this can succeed?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We've done this.
Someone tried to do it with Real Pro Wrestling back in the day. Remember that?
Oh yes,
Daniel
yes I
Cormier,
do. Yeah,
Mo was involved.
Yeah, and they did real wrestling or professional amateur styled wrestling in India, and it was actually
really
fairly popular. Helen Maroulis was going over there. A lot of our top.
Would you want to compete?
I don't know about that.
Okay,
I'm a bit long in the tooth.
Okay,
but I absolutely want to develop this. I want to develop athletes, and I want it's it's people think it's just wrestling, and it's no. I mean, you can't score a pin unless you're outside of, if you're in someone's guard, you can't score a pin. If you are caught in a submission, you cannot score a pin. And to get a pin, you have to pin their both shoulder blades for 3 seconds. Pretty much all submissions are legal except for a few. And the scoring is concise, tight, and doesn't really allow for like excessively high scored matches per se, but there's no lack of action. They're very fast paced, and we've had people from 10th Planet, BJJ guys, MMA fighters, all types, compete in this, and they've all done quite fantastic and had a great time.
Did you see Frank's daughter, Bellamere?
Oh yeah, I mean, but I remember
submission.
the first time I met Frank's daughter, I was like, holy crap, this girl is a killer.
Did you see her submission?
Oh
on
yeah,
Sunday?
hammerlock with
Yeah.
a choke.
She's incredible.
I need to teach her the crossface chicken wing. Maybe she
I
can go
know.
out there and start hitting that bad boy on people.
So much fun. And
Yeah.
she says she's going to try out for the Olympics. Hopefully, she's got a few years, but wouldn't that be something?
You know what? She's young enough.
Yeah.
I would say go for it.
Yeah.
I had a fighter I was working with at one point, and they were coming from a BJJ background, but I was teaching them catch with along with Eric Hammer and Eric Paulson. We were working with them, and we noticed that they picked up the wrestling takedown aspect quite well and started picking these. So we started putting them in wrestling tournaments locally, and they started winning. And then I was just like, hey, do you have any eligibility left? Because I know you've been in school, but yeah, actually I do. It looks like I got 2 years. So then we went on a whole hunt, found Simon Fraser was willing to take a look at him.
In Canada.
And take a look at her, yeah. So we sent her up there.
Wow.
She won a tournament beating like a Canadian national champion high schooler and a returning All-American. And they're like, all right, come on. And, put that person in a high-level wrestling program. But the thought was, I go, well, the rest, the work and the coaching and the oversight that you're going to get in this program is going to be far better than practically any MMA program in the entire world. And this will only this will really go far towards building up all of your skills, making you just a better athlete, better conditioned, stronger, giving you a skill set that you already kind of lean towards as it is. It's just going to make you super tough. And, I still believe in that concept that if there's a chance to send a wrestler or send someone into like a high level wrestling program or something, like, do it. Like what they're going to get out of it is just going to be so fantastic. Anything that has any Olympic aspect to it, it has the potential, if you can get in through that door, which is a very, very hard door to get through, you have like the world is your oyster. The amount of stuff that's available to an Olympic athlete is insane.
By the way, you referenced Hulk Hogan passing.
Yes.
Complicated legacy, people have said. I've said it myself. Is it complicated? Is it not?
It's not that complicated. I think everything about the modern era is only going to become more and more and more complicated as privacy and, everyone either willingly or unknowingly is basically just letting everything under the hood out all the time.
Yeah.
I think, it's, I don't know. I mean, the guy made some huge mistakes, did some very, awful things. And it was brought into the forefront, and, that's always going to be around him. At the same time, he also uplifted and did so much for so many people everywhere around the world that, I guess it's kind of becomes a choose your own adventure. How do you want to view this person at the end of the day? And, if someone brings up what's bad about them, you just got to own it and be like, yeah, that's right. And if they go, well, was there anything good about them? And then you got to go, well, then that has to be owned too. And as you look at it, he is just a man. And that may be actually the most disappointing thing at all, because we used to live in an era where people were more mythologized.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe for good or for bad, you could make an argument either way. But now a lot of people just end up becoming just a man. And, I guess we'll have to see what that means in the long run.
Okay, let's end on this. We could talk for hours. I love always picking your brain. This Saturday, why should people watch? If you're in the area, if you want to do something before SummerSlam,
yes.
Why should you attend? what's going down. We talked about Natty. We talked about Pete Dunne. Give us the hard sell here. Give us the promoter. Put the promoter hat on,
We've got
Josh.
the War Raiders. Both Eric and
yes,
Ivar.
that's
They're going to
right.
be a part of this show as well. We've got Ray Jazz versus Matt Mikowski. We've got Janai Kai versus Jordan Blade. We've got Royce Isaacs. We've got Tim Thatcher.
And this isn't your typical wrestling event.
This is not.
No
if you
ropes.
want to see the hardest hitting action in all of professional wrestling, if you want to see where the heart, the grit, the determination, the stories, where they all come together in the most glorious violence, where only one person's hand is going to be raised at the end of the night, you come and you watch Bloodsport. This is a pure wrestling environment. This is something, we're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. We're not trying to get you to buy any like merch no, just show up and you watch what these wrestlers are going to put on in that ring, because you're not going to see it anywhere else.
What time?
Period. 1 p.m. at the Williams Center.
There it is.
And tonight, catch me at Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez, 7:30.
Where's that?
Hell if I know. Someplace in Gramercy. He didn't tell me the location yet.
Okay.
You know, typical comedian crap. But yeah, I'll be there apparently telling some stories, going to wars with Big J, Lewis, and whoever else is on the whole lineup tonight.
I love it. I love it.
And I have a seminar this Sunday at Immortals Jiu-Jitsu in Clifton, New Jersey. I'm teaching the Ultimate Keza seminar. So it's the head and arm ride, the same position I used to beat Lean Lister to become the Metamoris heavyweight champion. A position that we've seen people like Alexei Olenek use incredibly well. It's still used constantly within amateur wrestling and judo, and I'm here to give you this key to open this thing up and make it a part of your toolbox in submission wrestling, MMA, what have you.
I love it. Okay, so a busy few days for you here in the Northeast.
Sure enough.
All right, there he is, Josh Barnett, the babyface. Are we going with the babyface assassin or War Master?
I'm too old to be a babyface anything at this point.
Just like Faber is always the California kid, you're still the babyface.
You can call me babyface assassin if you like to. But
always great to have you in. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work with Bloodsport. It's a lot of fun to watch. That goes down this Saturday. Again, if you're in the area for SummerSlam, go before the event. If you're not, watch it on Triller TV. We'll take a quick break. We'll be in right here with Dr. Mike. Don't go anywhere. That's Josh Barnett. I'm Ariel. Don't go anywhere.
I feel like people are too negative about this. And I think that's because of the Jones fight was there and we all wanted that to happen, including me. I really wanted it to happen. But I feel like they're talking about Gan v. Aspinall like it's a complete shit show. And I don't know if it is.
I think it's the nature of a consolation prize, right? Like, because it's almost like you're saying, well, we wanted this and we're now settling for this. And we've been through this before in the heavyweight division. And I think that there's just, it's a sour grapes thing, ultimately, because you have a hard time separating this fight that we're getting from the fight that we wanted. And I'm like, the only way to possibly objectively get to the bottom of it is to say, okay, black and white, that fight's gone. This is now gone is the fight, So it's like you got to basically say, what does that look like without any context, and get to that point. And I think when you do that, it's a good fight. It's a very good fight. Like like he mentioned, they've got the backstory, and I'm pretty sure we'll hear more about that as we go on. I think we've seen Cyril Gahn lose, but that's also a chip on his shoulder. He's a crazy athlete, dude, and I think he's got a good competitor's mindset. So seeing him in a situation where he kind of gets a mulligan to go try to fight for the title again, I'm intrigued by that. I think that. I don't know about you, Pizza, but I always thought that he would be a champion at some point as he was coming up. So I have no problem with the fight. It's just that you have to, unhitch it from the other one, like, because you're just bringing disappointment to a fine fight otherwise, right? Like you're bringing in some shadow of disappointment that you don't really need at this point.
Yeah, and look, there is more history between these guys than people care to remember, as you've mentioned, Chuck. Like, first of all, just from the European perspective again, UFC, two of the markets they have definitely been in and pumped a lot of money into are the UK and more recently France, because it's only become illegal in 2020. But like the main event guy in England has been Tom, and he headlined the best event I've ever been at. You'll remember we did the Ringer show after the one in July 2022. when he beat Volkov. It was Paddy was there. Arnold Allen beat Dan Hooker. It was just I think Molly had that crazy spin and elbow finish that night as well. Like there's too many people to name here that just made it such an amazing night. But he was there at the top of the card. And look, one of the moments that happened that night has become synonymous with Ariel Helwani and the Ariel Helwani Show. It's that clip of everyone singing outside the O2. There's only one, Tommy Aspinall,
right?
All that kind of stuff, and it was a magical night. He obviously went on then to kind of save the blush on that Manchester card. He had the injury, of course, the Blades, and the London main event as well. We don't need to talk about that one, but it was that Manchester card in the middle of the night where Leon lost to Bilal, but Tom avenged that loss to Blades, and that was one of the highlights of the night, as well as Paddy. Just a brilliant night. So we have this established UK.
Okay, that was a conversation from the Crack on Friday. Great stuff as always from PT, Chuck, Ben. Oftentimes he was here in New York, so he wasn't on the show last week. That was Josh Barnett. Go check out Bloodsport. I'm a big fan. I really enjoy talking to him. He's a legend of the game if you are unfamiliar with his work. As an MMA fighter, as a UFC champion, do some research, for goodness sakes. All right, no time to waste. We have a very, very special guest who's going to join us in studio in a matter of seconds. Love this guy. Big fan of his content. Big fan of what he represents, what he stands for, how he keeps it real, and how damn successful he is. And he's way more courageous than I'll ever be because he's fought twice. He's had 2 boxing matches. One as an amateur, one as a pro back in 2022. He fought on an MVP card against Chris Avila. He fought on a Creator Clash card earlier that year as well. I mean, he really is a man of so many great talents. His name is Mike Varshavsky, but really the whole world and his millions of fans, his legion of fans know him as Dr. Mike. The one and only Dr. Mike is here with us in studio. What a great pleasure this is. There he is. My guy.
Hello.
How are you, sir? It's nice to see you.
Dare I say Dr. Helwani?
If you want, but I don't deserve that.
Do you have a PhD in the fight game?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I wish I did.
Okay.
Maybe like...
I thought they give shows only to...
No, I have a lot of awards.
Okay.
I've won the award 15 years in a row.
Okay, what's the award?
MMA Journalist of the Year.
Oh, wow.
It's not
Congrats.
bad. Voted on by the fans, which means a lot.
Okay.
But not quite as prestigious as anything you want, including Sexiest Doctor.
Well, that's the one thing that's my claim to
Yes.
fame. Unfortunately,
Did you get like a plaque for that or something?
No,
Did they
I got
no?
nothing. I did get a call before it happened, and I thought it was a prank from my friends.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
A call saying we've awarded this to you.
No, they say we're considering including you on this list.
Okay.
Send us a picture. We may or may not use it.
Oh, wow.
And
And then
like,
you
I'll-
find out when it becomes public?
Yeah, like the magazine comes out and boom.
Did that like do good things for your dating life? Now all of a sudden everyone's talking about you. They want to be
You know what it
associated
was?
with you?
It's a weird time because I'm trying to be a serious professional.
Yeah.
I'm in my residency training and I want to be a good doctor. And then all of a sudden you're getting all these shows that are talking about your dating life, asking, who do you want to date? Can we set you up with someone? And I'm like, I want to talk about healthcare.
Yeah.
So how do we get back to that? And it was a weird line for me to toe for a long time.
Okay, but now you're well past that.
Yeah, it's been
Now
almost
you're
a
a
decade
YouTuber.
now.
Yeah, I
Actually,
know.
hold on, it's going to be a decade this year. That's
Yes,
pretty
2015.
exciting. Yeah.
You're killing it. The YouTube channel, the podcast, everything is incredible. Everything you're doing. Do you still practice?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I could come visit you.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
I think you have to come visit me.
I would-
We got to make sure you're healthy to keep getting these awards.
Why?
Who are they going to give them
That
to?
that is a good point. Why do you still practice?
For the love of the game.
Okay.
When I first got my popularity, people assumed, oh, you're leaving social media. I mean, you're leaving medicine, right?
Sure,
social media. And I'm like, no. The reason why I do social media is because I think it makes me a better doctor. And that's a weird thought, right?
Yes, yes.
You wouldn't think media and medicine go together. But in reality, me being on social media, researching topics for episodes, understanding audience retention graphs, makes me a better doctor in the exam room.
Okay.
Being in an exam room, I learn what is tricking people, what questions they have, what language I need to use to explain a medical condition to them. I bring that to social media. So it's actually been a pretty rewarding and surprisingly symbiotic relationship.
And there's never a point where you want to do less of one and more of the other?
I think always having a healthy balance is
Yeah.
valuable to me. Also, social media is really heady. Like millions of people watching your content is not something I grew up with.
Right.
I never understood what it would be like having people hate you for
No one
doing
hates
the
you,
right
though.
thing. Yeah, people hate you.
Why? Hates you? I feel like
sure.
you have like an approval rating like 98%.
I wish. I mean, I don't think that exists these days. And if it does, it's like maybe in a snapshot of time.
Sure.
I think in reality, even if you're trying to do the best things for children, it's like, well, why aren't you focusing on adults?
Right.
Or if you're focusing on adults, the other way. And right now, I feel like with the amount of misinformation that there is with healthcare, there's reasons that people hate me, and they're not valid reasons, I would say.
So it's interesting because I was watching the video that you made after the iDubbbz fight.
Yep.
So 2022.
Yep.
Creator Clash.
Yeah.
And you talked about being the heel.
Yeah, that
in
was
fight,
weird.
and how it made you feel weird because you weren't used to that. Fast forward 3 years, are you more comfortable not with being the heel, but with criticism, negativity coming your way?
It's not natural to have that many people dislike you. Like, we can picture your friend disliking us.
Yeah.
You can picture a group of people disliking you. But to picture thousands, millions of people writing negative things to you is a really weird scenario. And that's why I feel a lot of people who are in the social media sphere get in such a dark place, because it's completely unnatural to deal with. With the iDubbbz fight, which was weird and why it was so surprising to me, was because it happened so suddenly. Like, up to the buildup of the fight, there was no heel in the equation. It was just people raising money for charity. And then as I'm walking out, you have people booing me.
Yeah.
You have people cheering him and making out like I'm a villain. I'm like, all right, let's do this. I guess this is all for entertainment. And it was actually a pretty fun fight.
So going back to that era in your life, you had that fight, I think, in June. And
Yeah, in May probably.
May, okay. And yeah, late May or so. And then you had the Chris Avila fight like a few months later, 5 months or so later. And then I thought, all right, like, Dr. Mike is fully entrenched in this influencer boxing game. Even going back to that Chris Avila fight, you're talking about like, this isn't the end of me, you know, but you haven't had any fights since.
You know what I'm upset about? I think there's less excitement about the influencer boxing space.
Yeah.
I feel like it went one of two routes. It either went, Jake Paul is now becoming a professional fighter, more legitimized, fighting real people, or the other way where it kind of became a sideshow and there was like these brawls and beefs that people were settling in the ring. And there wasn't actually an appetite for people like me who wanted to respect the sport, wanted to get better in the sport. That being said, I did get back to training. Not any specific reason other than it's so time consuming.
Yeah.
I mean, people underestimate how hard it is to train to have a professional level fight. You're doing 2-a-days, 6 days a week. You're watching your calories. So after the fight, I definitely ballooned in weight. I wasn't taking care of myself physically. It also was hella demotivating to lose a fight on that stage.
Yeah, you were
Like,
so bummed afterwards.
Of course. I mean, you train really hard for it and you want to do the best that you can. It still keeps me up some nights.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm like, I want to prove that that wasn't the end of me. But it's hard to find that ideal fight. There's no place for us right now.
In the
Influencers
immediate-
need a home. Creator Clash just got canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like,
But in the immediate aftermath, like, so that was end of 2022 and 23. Did anyone reach out or at least take your temperature?
there was some potential talks about a rematch for that fight. I actually ran into him in Dallas. I think you had him on the show, and he
Yes,
said,
yes,
why
yes.
is Dr. Mike challenging me to a rematch?
Yeah.
It's because I couldn't live with the outcome. I thought I deserved to do better. I didn't think my efforts and training showed on that stage. I thought I could do better.
So one thing that was really interesting about it was, and I wanted to talk to you about weight cutting. That's a big thing here, in our world. You came in a little under. I think you came in at like 182.
Yep.
And for some people who are watching, like, oh, you know, you came in at 182, but often if you come in that low, 3 pounds under, it's actually a sign that you like overshot it, right? That you made a mistake.
Sure.
And then you talked about in the aftermath about just kind of being really tired and kind of being zapped. Also talked about like, it was fascinating to rewatch this. I don't know when's the last time you watched it, but you talked about—
I watch it too often.
Okay, well, you talked about like having you were feeling numb before the fight.
Right.
No motivation. You were back there just
No
kinda,
fear, no motivation.
That's so crazy.
So like,
I would be like crapping in my pants. You're about to make that walk on pay-per-view.
I'll make an analogy that is medical perhaps, and maybe people can relate to it. Those who struggle with PTSD, the actual diagnosis, not what people colloquially call as
Sure.
PTSD of, oh, I drank some bad water, next time I drink water, I have PTSD. Actual PTSD. Those people sometimes, to control their emotions, because they have outbursts or extreme bouts of aggression sometimes, they try and downregulate their emotion. But when they do that, they don't just downregulate those aggressive emotions. They downregulate the positive emotions, the fun, the joy in life. And as a result, their life becomes pretty black and white and meaningless. So for me in that situation, obviously I didn't have PTSD, but what I did have is that I blocked everything. I blocked the fear, but in tune, I also blocked the fun, the excitement, the adrenaline rush that I needed to have to step in with a killer like
Wow. And you weren't expecting that.
I had no idea. I mean, that was my professional debut.
Right. And what do you think the weight cut did to you in terms of like that energy?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of the weight cut plus maybe not great planning for my training. I mean, I was on the week of the fight, 5 days before, I was in Central Park running 7 miles. I probably shouldn't have been doing that.
Right.
But, you're new to the game. You're trying to figure it out. You want to come in over-prepared. Maybe I overshot it. Maybe it was just too soon to enter in the ring with someone as experienced. If we look back at most professional fighters, they have tune-up fights.
Yeah.
They have easy fights. Jake didn't go in and start fighting these MMA fighters that he's fighting now, some boxers. It took a while for him to get there. Maybe I rushed it.
Was there any part of you that thought I want to do this actually for a living? Or was it always just
for a
fun
living?
thing?
No, but I definitely wanted to continue. I mean, I really loved the game. It actually got me out of a really dark place, as I'm sure it does for a lot of people.
What kind of dark place?
When I was in medical school, I was in this like 7-year accelerated program. So 3 years undergrad, 4 years medical school, all combined in order for you to become a doctor early. And I finished it. So I was a doctor by the age of 24. Very exciting. But in year 4, which was the beginning of the medical school portion, I lost my mom to cancer. Brutal timing. I mean, it's never easy to lose a loved one. But the first year of medical school is notoriously the hardest year. I wasn't living at home at the time, so I moved back in with my dad, ended up commuting 3 hours a day to medical school, keeping a tremendous workload. I was in a bad place. So I wasn't taking care of my mental health, my physical health, but boxing got me out of that. I got a boxing Groupon, started taking a class, really fell in love with the sport, allowed me to get out of that negative cycle, and I owe a lot to boxing as a result.
Wow.
So that's why when I did that fight, and both fights actually, I said, I'm not going to take this easy on myself, not just for the love of the game, but for my respect of what that sport has given me, as small as it may seem to some.
Did you receive any backlash from your fans, from the medical community? Because here you are promoting health, fitness, and that is healthy what you're doing. You're getting into shape, but you're also getting punched in the head, and you're doing something that's very violent.
Obviously, they thought I was wild for doing it, but they sort of saw what I was doing as a test for myself. They also understood the fact that I'm encouraging people to take a boxing class, punch a bag, punch some mitts, not become a professional fighter. I was solely doing that for myself, understanding of the risks. So I would be doing the boxing videos, but constantly highlighting the risks for people. When a patient comes into my office, I don't sit there like an angry teacher or parent telling them, you better not do this. I tell them the risks of their choices, and then it's up to them if they want to make a change. I could help them with it, but they don't have to make the change. Right. So doctors saw that was a passion of mine. It meant something to me, and I understood the risks, so they supported me.
And when you did that, you were still doing the channel, you're still doing the content, you're still practicing.
And I was going on a live tour at the time.
Jeez Louise, how did you balance all that?
There was a lot in 2022. It was probably the busiest year of my life. I mean, one wasn't a pro fight, but one pro fight, one semi-pro fight, live tour, multi-city.
Was it too much?
I mean, who's to say?
Well, did you feel burnt out at the end?
I mean, who's not burnt out these days? I mean, social media burns out everyone, but it was a fun year. It was a year that I'm never going to forget. And it's a year that constantly keeps me challenging to do better this year.
And as far as like your patients now, are there patients that don't know that you are Dr. Mike?
Yeah, most don't.
Serious?
Yeah.
They don't go to you because they want to go to the celebrity doctor?
No. They go to my practice because they're patients of the practice and they either happen to see me or they've been my patient from residency training days.
Wow.
10 years ago, 11 years ago. I can't believe I've been a doctor for that long.
Is it appropriate to ask where you practice?
Yeah, Atlantic Health, Overlook Medical Center in New Jersey. That's where I did my residency training, and I'm still there. And in addition to seeing patients, I'm clinical faculty there, so I train the future generations of doctors in their residency. Yeah.
And how many days a week are you in your office?
2, alternating with 3.
Okay.
So on average, 2.5 days a week.
And what kind, why am I going to?
Anything. Which is what makes it fun.
Wow.
That's like, I want to bring more excitement to the field of family medicine. I think we need to realize that that's the foundation of healthcare for an individual and a healthcare system. And also encourage young folks to go into family medicine. It's one of the lowest paying specialties. It's one of the least specialties that it gets people excited to go into. And I think that's wrong. It's so fun. You get to develop a relationship with patients. Like someone can come in to see me. I can make a change in their life and I'll see them 5 years down the line, year in and year out, doing better, seeing the fruits of the labor that they put in and the changes that we made. I mean, it's truly a special field. So I think more love needs to be given to family medicine.
And is it true that you donate your entire salary?
Yeah.
Wow. To who?
The hospital.
You
Overlook Family
give it
Medicine.
back?
Yeah.
Wow. And why is that?
I'm really blessed. I mean, social media is amazing. Both of the fights I donated my paycheck to different organizations. The Chris Avila fight was for the Harlem Boys and Girls Club. I mean, like, we're really lucky. Like, the fact that you're sitting here, you have this awesome space, you have awesome people working with you, an audience listening. To me, that's like a mirage. That shouldn't be happening, yet it is.
Yeah.
So I feel like we need to do the most that we can with this fame. Because if I look back to 15 years ago, doctors, healthcare, politicians, everyone would look with fame as something negative. Like, fame is a way to sell snake oil. But I realized, like, with fame, you can have impact. You could do good things. You could help a lot of people. You could raise money. You could educate. And that's sort of really the premise of my entire platform. I wouldn't be making content if I didn't think it was helping as many people as it does.
At this point, how many people work for your production?
Probably 10 people full time. And then
Okay.
you have some people that come on project basis.
And do you have a studio?
I have a studio, yeah.
Man.
I film out of home, and then I also have a podcast studio here in the city.
This could be a full-time job. if not-
Easily. I mean, our podcast, we launched it a couple of years ago, and 3 days before the U.S. presidential election, Vice President Kamala Harris calls and asked to come on.
Wow.
I mean, like, we're having
Surreal?
serious impact. Of course, like, this is huge that we're able to do this. And what I'm most proud of is not the scale. That's cool. Not the fact that we did a professional boxing fight on Showtime pay-per-view, RIP. It's the fact that we've stayed true and transparent to the accuracy of information. In this day and age where you could trick people, the best content is usually the most controversial or aggressive content. We've never gone into that. And yet our viewership rivals the people who have done that. And I want young folks to see that and say two things. One, I want to be a YouTuber. They all say that, right? That's the number one job kids want to have. But do something before you become a YouTuber that's worth bringing to YouTube, A. B, when you do, tell the truth, because you can be successful by telling the truth. Most people think they have to sell out in order to be financially successful. Look at us. Do better than us, and you'll be even more financially well off.
So to that point, I was just going to bring this up.
This is becoming like a inspirational
I like that.
conversation.
I like that. You know why?
We should be
Because
talking about fighting.
There's so much negativity, and I notice, like, in your videos, and even not just your own, because that's your community, but when you do interviews with other people, people give you props for saying, thank you for not selling out. Thank you for being true to what you believe in. Thank you for not trying to trick us and all this stuff. And, you know, in this world, in the world of fighting, we see this, I see it all the time. Everyone has their new thing that they're doing. And, you know, I will be straight and ask you, there's an individual named Gary Brecka who's now come onto the scene because he changed Dana White. He made Dana White realize that he was going to die in 10 years, and he transformed everything. And I was telling my guys in the back, the producers, like, oh, I'd love to know what Dr. Mike thinks of Gary Brecka. And then we found a tweet where you reference Gary Brecka, right?
Tweet, videos. We've
Here
done
it is.
whole dedicated YouTube videos.
What's a product you've banned from your home after learning what was in it? Gary Brecka videos.
Yeah.
Okay, and so this is the 10X doctor, right?
Yeah, I think he has a lawsuit going on with 10X. Or
Okay.
maybe that's settled. I can't keep
So
track.
what's the issue with Gary Brecka?
I mean, it's saying medically sounding words completely incorrectly, devoid of any factual accuracy, with no hesitation. I mean, I'll give you an example of something that's on your desk right now.
Oh.
Celsius.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what he said about Celsius?
No.
He said that it's made at a sewage plant. He said that it contains cyanide. He fearmongers constantly without understanding the ramifications of what he's saying. And that's not to say I love Celsius or that it's not problematic for young people to drink it. It's just the fact that what he's saying is inaccurate, and no one holds him liable because he's not an actual doctor. I mean, for Dana White to peddle this gentleman as some sort of medical expert when his medical expertise is that he worked for an insurance company and he calls himself a human biologist, which I guess anyone can call themselves a human biologist once they have a bachelor's degree in biology, is irresponsible. I think it's wrong. I think it tricks people. It leads people to make wrong decisions in their life. And that's why I've been so critical.
So when you see this stuff, does it make your blood boil?
It only makes my blood boil for one reason. It hurts my patients. I'm there going to bat for them, and I see how that information tricks them. I see how the head of HHS right now, Secretary Kennedy, is actively misguiding and lying to people.
How so?
In fact, if you let me call someone out for a boxing match, I'd love to fight RFK Jr.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, he's literally lying to the American public. On his Twitter/X page, whatever you want to call it, he has a tweet that says, Gardasil, the vaccine that we use for HPV prevention, is hurting more people than it's helping, based on zero logic, zero understanding of how the vaccine works. He's constantly saying unscientific things, and he's in charge of our largest scientific agencies, FDA, CDC, as I said, HHS. So yeah, let's get him in the ring. In fact, let's do one better.
Okay, I love this. Wow.
Let's get the Misfits folks.
Yeah.
And we could do one of those tag team things that you love.
Oh yes, I do love them. They are fun.
You kind of switched your opinion.
Yeah, I did.
So let's do RFK Jr. And since he has a fanboy in Jake Paul,
okay,
let's do Jake Paul and RFK Jr. versus me and Canelo.
Okay.
Jake wants to fight Canelo. I want to fight RFK. Let's do a tag
By the way,
team.
can I just be honest?
Yeah.
I thought for a second you were going to say me.
Oh,
and I was getting ready. I was getting ready to say, I got your back, Dr. Mike. But no, that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
By the way, you and Jake beefing?
No. I mean, he did call me out when I said something negative about RFK Jr. He attacked me.
He did?
Yeah.
Where?
Twitter.
What'd he say?
He called me a sheep doctor.
Really?
A book-thumping sheep doctor.
I'm surprised by that.
I don't get it because I've supported the MVP organization.
I saw you at the fight just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda Serrano's family.
Sure.
I'm going to support her through anything. But yeah, I would love to see that fight. And some people would be like, well, RFK Jr. is older. Why do you want to fight him? Excuse me, Jake Paul fought Mike Tyson.
Sure.
I'd even let RFK Jr. stay on his steroids.
I was just going to ask you, is he natural?
No.
Do you have any issues with that?
No. He can stay on the TRT. I don't mind.
Okay. How do you feel about TRT?
I mean, when it's used appropriately for people who have low testosterone,
it was abused heavily in MMA and the.
It's been abused. I see it abused in my young population right now. I just had a gentleman, a famous social media, I guess he's more of a reality TV star, Harry Jowsey, came on and explained that he went to some clinic, told him that he wants to be jacked, and they put him on testosterone. And that's not testosterone replacement therapy. He's basically juicing.
Wow.
And no one talked to him about the risks. He wasn't aware, and we had to live tell them that on the podcast. But that's happening all across the globe. People are misusing testosterone over and over again. And some people do it even in a trickier way, where they get insurance to cover it by doing this little sick scheme. You ready for this?
Okay.
In order to get an accurate level of testosterone in your blood, you need to draw the blood first thing in the morning. That's how you get an accurate level. What these clinics do is they have people come in later in the day, draw their blood, send it out, say it's the first thing in the morning. They have low test, insurance pays for the testosterone.
Jeez.
There's schemes about this. There's a great doctor, Dr. Dubin, who went to different testosterone clinics requesting testosterone. No one even checked his levels.
Jeez.
He went undercover.
Wow.
So it's a propagated scheme now.
Would you ever want the job that Senator Kennedy has?
No, but I wouldn't mind Surgeon General.
Okay. Why?
Because I believe the Surgeon General's office is what their goal is, or what their job should be, is to translate complex medical topics to the general public. When there's a discrepancy between what the CDC is saying, WHO is saying, or FDA is saying, it's their job to explain it. It's their job to bring the focus on major health problems. And I feel like we already do that on the YouTube channel.
Right.
And we have 100 million views a month on it. So why can't we just do that for the U.S. government?
Have you ever met him?
Senator General? Oh, Secretary Kennedy. No.
Yeah. Okay, so would you be open to a debate with him? Would you like
a
to
debate, a boxing match,
everything?
Everything. I'm down.
Okay. Wow, this is incredible. By the way, have you been following this Ben Askren story?
Of course.
So double lung transplant.
Right.
All of a sudden, he everyone was telling me he was dead. His close friends were like, "This is not looking good. We're preparing." And then all of a sudden he makes this incredible recovery and gets the surgery. But there was some talk that the insurance wouldn't pay for it. how is that possible?
I mean, insurance in the United States is a disaster. It's a hybrid system. You never know who's paying for what. You never know if you're going to in-network or out-of-network hospitals. In my live show, I talked about a story of a gentleman who's a teacher, younger, healthy, athlete, had a heart attack. Terrible, right? Paramedics take him to an out-of-network hospital. He's in crippling debt as a result. He was insured, he's healthy, he's doing the right thing, and now he has this crazy insurance debt. The only reason it was waived was because media got wind of the story and the insurance company wanted to squash the story. But that's a disaster. We shouldn't have to call our networks, meaning our news networks, in order to get insurance bills fixed. But that's kind of the state of U.S. healthcare these days.
Better
it's a
in Canada?
disaster. I mean, I can't say better in Canada because I'm not a Canadian healthcare expert. They have their own troubles, perhaps different than ours. But what I will say is that the reason Ben Askren was able to get the transplant that he had, was able to get better despite the state that he was in, was because of amazing medical research and researchers that conducted that research. And right now, Secretary Kennedy, President Trump, all the individuals who are doging U.S. healthcare research by cutting NIH budgets, cutting USAID budgets, pulling us out of the Gavi alliance, are crippling our ability to fix these problems. So while we might not be feeling it right now, in the next 10, 20 years, when people go to the hospital and we don't have an answer for them, you could point to these individuals, and that's the reason.
What's he looking at? Because he had this video where he's on this bike, this he's like sitting, and then he's like, I'm back. I'm not going to let this, break me, define me. And then the next day he's back in the hospital saying he had an infection. Obviously, he looks dramatically different. He's very skinny. What can life be like for him now with a double lung transplant?
I mean, it's going to be a drastically different life than before. He's going to be on medications likely for the rest of his life. I'm not his doctor, so I don't know his exact condition. But when you're taking certain medications after a transplant, it usually is to calm your immune system to prevent it from rejecting the transplanted organ. When you do that, you can open yourself up to opportunistic and other infections. So you can be more likely at a higher risk to develop an infection. So when we're thinking about vaccines, why are they important? Yes, they're important to protect our children, but it's also important to not have resurgence of diseases that can impact individuals who have gotten transplants. Literally, the year 2000, no measles in the United States, like eradicated. Now, the biggest outbreak we've ever had in 30 years.
Wow. Why is that?
Vaccine hesitancy. Why? We have the head of HHS fueling vaccine hesitancy.
And does this all date back to 2020 because of everything that happened? People all of a sudden, because it wasn't so
there's
controversial.
Always multifactorial. I mean, you're going to have always some people who may be taking an anti-vax stance. There's people who have conspiracy theories about vaccines. That's kind of always been there, even dating back to smallpox, polio, all of that. But what's happened now is that there's been such a fueling of the misinformation because of social media and because of the way our government handled the COVID-19 pandemic, is that it brought parties together that used to disagree and hate each other. RFK Jr. ran for president as a Democrat. He's an environmental lawyer that is worried about climate change, or I guess I should say was worried about climate change. He is now on Team Republican. He's drastically changed sides. The anti-vaccine movement was a liberal movement. It has now made its way into the right-wing movement. Like, President Trump called it his vaccine. Project Warp Speed was a President Trump miracle. It saved millions of lives. And yet now, members of the right wing, the Conservative Party, have completely flipped sides. So I don't get what's happening.
I saw you do a video where you went up against 20 anti-vaxxers.
Jubilee's actually catching a lot of flack for that right now.
Why is that?
That series Surrounded. Because they're having a lot of people on who are not debating out of good faith. They're just trying to stoke flames of racism, just like terrible issues in society, people who support Holocaust, all these issues that is a disaster. And like why they're choosing to do it in the way that they're doing it, I think they need to answer to that.
Going back to Ben for a moment, can he be an athlete again? Or
I mean, it's hard to say. Hard to say from my perspective.
Just based on like like he can't walk at the moment.
I'll put it to you this way. When someone has an injury, not even taking into consideration how heavy his surgeries were and such, neurologic injury, let's say, to make a prediction is just a full-on lie. You have to wait to see how the body rehabs. You have to see clinically how the person progresses before you can make any kind of recommendation or call on when they'll return back to normal.
How long does that take? Is it like a year before you can know?
At the very least.
Okay.
At the very least.
I want to ask you about some recent injuries in combat. You're great at these reaction videos,
Yeah.
so we wanted to be able to take advantage of this. There was a fighter named Stephen Wen, who fought on Saturday against a fighter named Muhammad Yahya. This was the I'll show you here. This was the aftermath. Have you seen this one yet?
No, I haven't seen. I did see you tweet something that this should have been stopped earlier. Is that what you said?
It was shocking. 5 knockdowns in the first round, which is a record. In total 6. I thought there should have been 7. This fight should have been stopped maybe 3-4 minutes into the fight. It went all the way to the end of the second, and then the doctor stopped it going to the third. MMA 3 rounds, right?
Okay.
That was his eye, and that was the opponent's eye, who lost, obviously. And they said afterwards, no damage, like no fracture.
What do you mean no damage?
They said no fracture. He's all good. He went to the hospital. He's all good. How is that possible? How is there? I mean, clearly there's damage, but there's no fracture there.
Yeah, suspicious.
Yes, right.
I mean, that's a lot of bleeding.
What is that?
That's a hematoma.
That's a hematoma.
Yeah, that's a collection of blood there. But usually when you're having that much bleeding in an area, there's a high probability that there's a broken bone. In fact, like if you're a doctor and that comes into your office and you're not scanning it to look for a fracture, you're practicing malpractice.
Is there any chance though that there's no fracture?
I mean, look,
crazy
the body can do crazy things. So like, obviously I can't rule it out, but again, assuming it's not is just a wrong thing. Like you have to assume it's there and prove otherwise.
People who are MMA fans will say MMA is safer than boxing because of the lack of repeated blows to the head. Do you believe in this based on your knowledge?
I think it's so individually dependent.
Yeah.
I think it's too hard to say. I will point out that these other sports that are coming up with, I don't even know what it's called, when they're like running into each other and they're trying to tackle one another as fast as possible, or the slap boxing
Slap
thing.
is crazy, right?
This is like, someone needs to come out and speak out against this.
So please.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be stopped. I'm actually filming a video on the topic right now because
on slap.
Yeah, I mean, not just slap, but like the most dangerous sports. And to me, like it takes the worst part about combat sports and accelerates it. Like, why is boxing problematic? Repeated blows to the head if someone's not protecting themselves. And here, the whole point is to not protect yourself and take blows. So it's literally taking the unhealthiest aspect and removing the healthiest aspect, which is all the cardio, the training that's required to box. So like, to me, it's a nonsense sport.
So you refer to that as a hematoma. What was...
Yeah.
That's a hematoma. Yeah. Guys, can we go to the Joanna picture? You know this one because you did a video on it. We'll just skip and then come back because Joanna Jacek, when she fought Zhang Wei Li, had a hematoma. What is the difference between that hematoma, if any, and the one that Mohammed?
Just location.
Just location.
Yeah.
Is one worse than the other?
No, just because a hematoma doesn't tell you how bad something is. It just tells you that there's a collection of blood. And a collection of blood is a bruise. Like that's what a hematoma is. So when someone like hits you and you have a bruise on your skin, that's usually the superficial blood vessels, capillaries that have ruptured and are bleeding. But usually it's contained. Unless you have incredible damage like some of these MMA fighters or boxers, then it swells up. And you get all these inflammatory cells that bring all these immune-mediated responses in and create massive edema and swelling.
Could it pop?
Yeah, easily.
If someone punches you.
Yeah, I mean, they used to do, I think this was like in one of the Rocky movies, like where they would like, the coach in the corner would cut it. That we shouldn't be doing that in the corner and sending people out. No.
No one should advocate for that.
No.
Okay, what about this cut here?
Not in the corner.
Yes,
like maybe as part of a medical treatment, we do that to release pressure. I mean, bleeding inside the cranium, inside a skull, needs to be open and a craniotomy needs to be performed. But you're not doing that.
Right.
Like location, location matters.
This Irene Aldana cut, I want to show you this cut. Have you seen this cut? It's gruesome stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yeah. Lots of flesh. I will say, like, in my medical training working at level 1 trauma centers, you see a lot of gruesome injuries.
So this
you know
is
what
like
usually the worst that we see?
Yeah.
Knives and bikes.
Bikes?
Well, not necessarily motorcycles. Those are terrible. But bicycles. Like, I've seen some of the worst accidents.
Really?
People riding bikes. So people on city bikes and
public
transit, please be careful. Wear your helmet. Watch out on the streets.
Is it more head injuries or
everything? I mean, everything, because you can't control other drivers. You can't control someone jumping in the way and you having to make a reaction. So
you don't get grossed out by any of this, right?
No. I mean,
this is just like
decade in,
you're
nothing surprises me.
Yeah. Okay. Here's
the
another
only
one.
thing that gets me in the medical space is for some reason gagging. Like when I see a patient gag, it
that makes you gag.
Yeah.
Really?
Like sometimes we put these nasogastric tubes in for patients that are inpatient. And if you don't put them in correctly, they can kind of twirl up inside the mouth instead of going in the place where they're supposed to go, the stomach.
Okay.
And when that happens, patients gag. Oh man, I've been in situations where I had to excuse myself out of the room.
Really? Is that embarrassing for you?
Control it. Yeah, I mean, I
don't
want to
show
do right,
weakness.
but I start crying.
Oh,
like
no.
not like upset crying,
No, I understand.
but like it really is a powerful emotion. But I think when patients see that doctors are human, like they have a reaction like that and they own up to it, or they make a mistake and they own up to it, or when you're talking about a loved one's loss or a new diagnosis and you cry, patients like that.
Yeah.
Doctors think they have to be some kind of robot or something, and that's not necessarily true.
You mentioned your friend Amanda Serrano. So she had that cut back in November, and then I saw.
So worried about
you saw her again when she fought.
Yeah.
So this is the cut on the night.
Yeah.
And then in the aftermath, it's clear that like, okay, this is it in the process of getting better. And then in the end, there's like a little, I don't know, what would you call it? Because when I saw her on Fight Week going up against Katie Taylor, you could tell that there's
scar tissue.
That's what it is.
Yeah, so what happens when that skin stretches, it loses a little bit of its elasticity. And scar tissue is not as strong as the original tissue. That's why you see fighters who have a history of cuts get more likely to be opened up in the middle of a fight.
Nate Diaz is one.
Yeah, exactly.
Your friend.
Yeah.
Yes. So do you think this will plague her for the rest of her career?
To some degree, I'm sure, yeah. I'm hopeful that her defense is so good that she doesn't need to worry about it, but...
What do you think of her? And there she is right after. I mean, like that is bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was texting her really worried about that, so I'm glad she...
What do you think of the fight?
Which?
The one against Katie. The last one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The third one. The one that you were just at.
I thought she won the first two fights against Katie. I would firmly believe that. This one, I felt like she lost, and she went out on her shield. She tried her best, and I'm proud of her for that. I love her. Yeah.
You're a good friend. Okay, what about weight cuts? So you have some experience now with weight cuts. We've seen some very scary ones. I want to show you a guy named William Gomis. He's a French fighter. This is him on the scale about 9 or 10 months ago. Look at this. Walking up like that. What are you seeing here?
I mean, he's definitely unsteady on his feet. The prediction here is that it's due to dehydration, but obviously hard to know. And when you're that unsteady, obviously it's signaling that if it's due to dehydration, it's severe.
Yeah.
It's at a place where you desperately need hydration. But I believe, I don't know how it is in UFC, are you allowed to get IV hydration after a weigh-in?
No.
Yeah, so like that's really the only way to recover quickly from that.
That fight got canceled.
I believe it. It should have been canceled.
I feel like they constantly dodge bullets with the weigh-ins. Like the fact that there has not been a serious incident.
Very lucky. And this doesn't apply to professional sports only. Collegiate wrestling, this happens to a huge degree. And what people don't understand is they think, oh, maybe I'll be a little fatigued. No, this is throwing your electrolytes out of balance. And electrolytes can impact your cardiac performance, your brain performance. If it's severe enough, your heart can stop. Your brain can herniate. People don't understand how dangerous these extreme weight cuts can be on their body.
What about the tactics that people use? Like some fighters will actually put a bike in a sauna.
Yeah, or they put on the sauna suit.
So there's a guy named Chris Eubank. You know Chris Eubank? He's a boxer. This is him in one of those things here.
Yeah,
he looks like skin and bones.
Yeah.
Is this stuff not healthy or?
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's aware of the risks, he's an adult making a choice that he's allowed to make. I wouldn't recommend this ever for anyone.
No.
But
isn't it crazy? He missed by 0.2 and had to pay $500,000.
Yeah.
It seems all a little bit archaic, does it not?
It feels like there's a better way. I agree with you.
Yeah. What is that way? Do you have any idea?
Maybe it's about creating different time frames for when the weigh-ins need to happen.
Okay.
Because if you make the weigh-in day of the fight, now there's no rehydration.
But is that dangerous? Because it's not.
Well, dangerous in what sense? Maybe you remove the urgency to even want a weight cut because you're saying like, oh, I don't want to go into the fight weaker. So maybe you're decreasing the human. Again, when you're thinking about these things, you can have all the theories you want, but ultimately it's how the human psyche reacts. So you have to trial different things and find out what works best. Like expert opinion, what I'm telling you right now is the worst form of evidence. Like I'm giving you the worst answer. The best answer is let's try different avenues and see what works.
Okay.
And that's one potential way to do it. Make it on fight night, see what happens. Maybe you're right. Maybe it'll be more dangerous. Maybe I'm right and it'll be less dangerous.
Sure.
Maybe it'll be good in the beginning and then people will adapt and find some new thing and it'll become more dangerous later on and we have to adapt. The only way we'll know is with an experiment.
When you had to do your cuts, did you do anything drastic?
No, it was a pretty progressive weight loss through my training, and then in the last 24 hours, decreasing water.
That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you do differently this time around? If you fought again?
I don't know. With the weight cut, I wouldn't do so much. I just think I would plan my training a bit differently. I think I was just going all out training in every session because I wanted to give it my all. And as someone who hypocritically talks about recovery being important, I don't think I thought about that.
Okay. Let me ask you about another one. Here's Cody Rhodes. What's going on here with Cody Rhodes? You know Cody Rhodes? This is the pec. Yes, the famous pec. It looked like it was. It was.
This is one of my most watched YouTube videos.
Is it really?
Reacting to these injuries. To me, this looks like a pec tear just because of the amount of bleeding.
And that's legit, right? You don't think they were no, but based on what you see here, like that could happen to the body, right?
Absolutely.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
A pec tail, what turns it into that color?
The fact that when you're tearing the fibers of the muscle, you have bleeding, and that's what bleeding looks underneath the skin. Jeez. And that will change colors as time goes on, as your body starts metabolizing the blood that's in that space. You'll start seeing it turn brown, then yellow, and only then will it start to fade. So it'll change all sorts of colors.
Was it not smart for him to compete with that?
I mean, I don't even know when he competed after that or during it.
Like in that state?
Because I saw the clip and it happened, and then did he continue?
He had a match, like he got the injury before, and then he wrestled in that state.
I mean, it's definitely a risky
because
proposition.
Could that be something that would
damage
affect
it further?
Yes,
sure, yeah. Especially if it was only a partial tear. I mean, we obviously don't know the extent of that damage. We could only see that through imaging. Like as much as I want to have penetrating vision into people's bodies, but imagine if it was only a partial tear, that's X number of months of recovery. But imagine now he goes out, pushes himself further, tears other tissue, damages ligaments, because muscles are also protective for tendons, ligaments that connect bone to bone. And if the muscle's not there, you have no protection. That's why some people will train really hard cardio, be all out of breath, have weak muscles, and then go and squat heavy. That's really dangerous because now all of your muscles that are stabilizing normally during the squat are not there. You could really hurt your back.
Are you familiar with the oblique kick? This is an MMA move that some people are wanting to ban. John Jones has made it famous. It's a kick. So
the one that numbs the.
Well, it's right to the knee here.
Oh, okay.
It's right to the knee here, and he kicks it almost straight on, which makes the leg go straight like that. Yeah. Rampage Jackson, who he's fighting in this.
In a situation like that, you'd be worried about the PCL.
Yeah. Do you think that's dirty? Do you think that should be illegal?
I mean, I don't know. That's fight makers' rules. I don't think I have the capacity to say whether or not that's dirty. But I will say it's dangerous for.
It could cause a lot of damage, right?
Absolutely. I mean, a year's worth of damage. I mean, any leg kick can cause huge damage. Legs are stronger than the upper body. And when you're doing that to an area that is unsecure, like the knee is, you can get a lot of damage very quickly.
Speaking of leg kicks, we have seen something called drop foot.
Yep.
With the,
that's what I thought you were going to go.
The perennial nerve,
yep.
Where Michael Chandler, Sean O'Malley, Henry Cejudo experiences. This is Michael Chandler, where all of a sudden he can't stand anymore.
Yeah. Isn't that
what a
wild?
Crazy thing.
Yeah. I mean, you've been a funny bone before.
Yes.
It feels terrible, right? Numbness, tingling. But imagine instead of like lightly tapping it on the table, you're getting kicked by an MMA fighter. So it temporarily paralyzes the nerve. And you start having loss of sensation, loss of proprioception, which is knowing where that joint is in space. So imagine your foot's dangling and you don't know where it is in space. You don't know how to correct in order to stand properly. You land terribly, you tear your ankle.
You said temporary. Could it be forever?
Sure. Damage the nerve enough, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
In that moment?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, yeah.
Have you ever experienced that?
No.
No.
I don't think I have.
What about Robert Whitaker? This guy, his teeth, I know you're not a dentist, but you say you see it all.
Yeah, we need to call one of my good friends, Dr. Daniel Rubinstein.
Have you seen this photo of this guy's teeth? It they came out and they were almost like displaced. You see that?
Yeah, it looks like a
jaw
injury. Yeah.
From a neck crank.
Yeah. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, these guys are so strong.
Yes, it's
absolutely.
And then he just comes back and fight. Like if that would have happened to me in any sort of walk of life, I'd be like, I'm not doing that thing anymore. These guys are like, yeah, I'll be back at it.
But you know what I will say? Some of these guys will say, if I went on television and I had a bad interview, I would never go out again.
Sure.
I'm sure you could say you've had a few bad interviews.
1,000%. Is there any part of you that when you see these combat sports and you say like, this is a little crazy, like the human body?
Yeah, all of it's crazy. NFL's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the worst one.
I mean, if you think about what the gladiators did in Rome.
Yeah.
And the fall of the Roman Empire. I know like guys love to talk about Rome.
Yeah.
You think about the fall of the Roman Empire. Are we seeing shades of that today? We go to Colosseums. We watch people beat on each other. We watch young men beat on 50-year-old men on Netflix.
I like the shade. I like the shade.
I just thought that I thought that was dangerous.
You didn't like that one?
Yeah, I don't think
you weren't a fan of it.
I mean, I've seen how medical committees stop fights based on like really arbitrary findings, and in that scenario, with the age that Mike Tyson was, I just think that
you don't think he should have been allowed to fight.
Yeah,
very clearly.
Yeah,
and he.
I mean, that could have ended terribly.
Sure.
Like, what would happen if he wasn't the same after that? What would happen if he lost his life?
And he had some health issues before.
Yeah. So what happens to Netflix in that moment?
No, it's not good. There's a big risk.
Understatement for Netflix, but also for Mike Tyson.
Sure.
Legend.
And for Jake and for everything that they're trying to do, right? So when you hear about CTE and stuff, we just had an ugly incident, a horrific incident here in New York City, right? Do you think we still don't know, like we're just scratching the surface with CTE? Because I feel like 20 years ago, no one talked about CTE and more we're hearing these stories.
We do know way more than we used to. Even during my residency training, I was wanting to subspecialize in sports medicine. I would go to the annual sports medicine conventions, and there was talk about looking at pathology, looking at people's brains after being professional athletes, being NFL players. They were putting in these G meters in people's helmets to see when they experienced the biggest blows to their head. And ironically, some of the research found that some of the biggest blows to the head came during celebrations. Oh, wow. Like, like when they hit each other in the head and all that stuff, because they're not prepared for it and they're thinking they're going to celebrate. So there's been some interesting research on that side, but we know what CTE is on pathology, but we don't yet quite know how to catch it in someone who's actively experiencing it.
Okay.
How do we mitigate that damage outside of just saying, stop performing, stop playing your sport? That's hard to hear for professional athletes. They don't want to hear it a lot of times. I've been on, because I used to do sideline work as a doctor as part of my residency training. I saw a young gentleman on a field go on, get a concussion, sweetest guy ever. After the concussion, cursing out his athletic trainers, his staff. They're saying, we don't recognize him. We don't understand what's going on. Instant emergency room, bleed in the brain.
Oh, wow. So what was that role that you had? You were on the sidelines for...
Sideline doctor, yeah.
For football games?
Yeah.
College?
High school.
High school, okay.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I loved it. That's what I was going to do before this whole social media thing blew up.
Okay, so you wanted to have a specialty in sports.
Yeah.
Is that still a possibility or there's no real...
I mean, what ends up happening, because I'm sort of athletic myself, I have this passion in looking at sports content, I've kind of got a reputation with my colleagues of if they have someone who's an athlete or someone has a musculoskeletal injury, they end up sending them my way.
Okay. How do you deal with, like, you're critical of Gary Brecka. I'm sure there are people who make videos critical of you.
Sure.
How do you deal with that?
I actually try and read as much negative criticism as possible.
Really?
Because even if it's 99% wrong, there's still a kernel of truth where you can get better. And that's not good for the mental health.
Yes.
So like
I'll read people say, like, you're shit at your job, you suck, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, that's
and
like
then you
not
feel
valuable.
down. But like you sit here and you feel down. You have to go and talk to human beings about life and death, like real things.
Right.
How do you not let that affect you?
Well, because like you look at the seriousness comparison.
Right.
Like when I go in and I'm talking to someone about their child getting a cancer diagnosis or losing their life, I see the hierarchy there. Like that's a lot more serious than someone saying you're stupid on social media. So it actually allows me to have a better.
But it never makes you feel sort of, you question your not your worth, but like confidence level goes down. You start to second guess yourself. You start to doubt.
Imposter syndrome? You mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that happens to everyone. And I think as time goes on, you learn to combat it better. You also have colleagues you can talk to. I mean, I'm the first person to recommend working with a therapist. I've worked with a therapist because we all need it. It's like, I'm confused by our society. If someone has an injury, everyone's like, I need physical therapy. I want to rehab. But if they have a mental health thing going on, they're really resistant to mental health therapy. And it's just another part of the body. I'm not sure where that criticism comes from. I mean, I know historically,
sure.
but I wish internally we didn't have that.
Do you come up with all the ideas for your videos, or do you have a team that say, like, we should do this?
99%.
Is you? Yeah. Damn. Is it because you're like type A personality?
No. I would love if I could find a person. And I've tried to have people come up with ideas. I think because I'm in this unique crossroads, marketing, medicine, healthcare, sports, it's hard to find a person who gets all those worlds. Like I have a great producer, managing editor, Sam Bowers. He does a phenomenal job in helping me execute the channel. When he came on, he had some great ideas about things we could do for the channel, but they weren't medically accurate. Like he's like, let's answer this question. I'm like, that doesn't have an answer. Like, what's the best thing to drink in order when you have a headache? I'm like, I don't know the answer to that. It's a great video. It would make a great clickbait title. So you need someone who understands the limitations of healthcare, the knowledge of healthcare, but also the production side, the click-worthiness side, the analytics side of social media. So it's rare that you find someone who understands all those worlds.
Are there any Dr. Mike products?
No.
There's nothing, and I'm sure people have come to you.
Like we have merch.
No. I mean, like stuff to take. Have people come to you?
Of course. Tens of millions of dollars in offers.
And why?
They don't work. It's bullshit.
All of them?
All of them.
You've not found one?
No.
Is there any part
I
of you-
wish.
Is there any
Ariel,
part of
do you know how much I wish I had a product?
A multivitamin.
I think they're useless in most cases. Like, okay,
I like how dismissive you are. Very doctor-like.
In someone who's trying to get pregnant or is pregnant, there's room for some vitamins. If you're deficient in iron and you're anemic, there's room for iron. If you're vitamin D deficient, proven, you need vitamin D. Like, there's avenues for it. But the way that people sell them is truly irresponsible. Like, the supplement industry is a disaster. Like, me and you right now can, like, spill a bunch of powder on this table of whatever ingredients we want. We can bottle it up, put it in the little capsules, slap on it Ariel's and Mike's magic formula, Magic Mike's formula maybe. Sell it, say that like, but not say that it does it, but like write on the label, faster, stronger, better. There's no one to regulate it.
Sure.
The only time the FDA will get involved is if there's obvious pattern of people hurting themselves or losing their lives. That's terrible, that the fact that it's so unregulated. And Gary Brecka is like a prime example of peddling in that sphere.
So is there any desire on your end to have something, or you don't care about that?
I would love to make a product. I love green tea, right?
Okay.
I think in general, it's like a healthy thing to drink. It's not a miracle. I just like it, right? And I think that potentially there's some good nutrients in there. Just like, we could say carrots are good, but you eat too many carrots, you'll turn orange. So
is that legit, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Beta carotene, yeah.
Okay.
So green tea, I love green tea. I'm like, I should make my own green tea. That's a product I love. Let's call it the doctor's tea. Ha, ha, ha. Wink, wink, wink. But then it's like, what am I going to do? I'm going to white label some product that someone else sourced and I have no control over it. How can I honestly come on your show and say, drink my green tea? Because why? Why is my green tea better than everyone else's? I can't be fake like that. I don't know. Some people are good salesmen. I'm not.
Do you have any desire to host one of these shows? I feel like you'd be perfect. Dr. Roz, Dr.
Until the shows exist, I feel like that's my show now.
You are, I know, but like there's some prestige linear television, daytime, 4 o'clock. No more. It's dead. Is it? How old are you, by the way?
35.
So you're probably of the era who's like, I don't know.
It used to be huge.
Yes.
I mean, like that was the dream back then. I was actually offered my own network syndicated across
the this is what I'm talking
TV
about.
Show. I was a week away from filming it. And they sent me the final contract. I cleared the dates for filming with my hospital, all the good stuff. And in the contract, they had one word that stipulated I couldn't overrule the other producers when it came to a sponsorship. So I'm like, wait, why is that? Tell me what sponsors they have. And it came all those bullshit supplements.
Oh, really?
All of them. And I'm like, no. I need equal say that if I want to rule something out from the show, I want to have the power to do that. And they said no. And I threw the show out. I didn't care.
Wow.
It was 7 figures.
Really?
Yeah. Easiest walk away ever. Sad, but easiest walk away ever.
And that's not something that you are longing for now. Don't need it.
I think since
you have
then,
the platform.
I think since then it's died. I think social media is the new frontier. You're the new frontier. Podcasts are really exciting. I think that's where people want to go to see truth. You know why? And I actually was talking to your producer outside. People hate getting canceled.
Yes.
They don't like the term canceled. I think the fact that you are cancelable and I'm cancelable is a good thing because people know that we're going to be authentic as possible because we don't want to be canceled.
Right.
Versus if a big company, I don't want to name a specific newspaper company, but let's say there's a media company, they get something wrong, they do something terrible, they fire that person, but the company stays intact. The shareholders are still making money. But for us, if we truly do something untrue or lie, that's going to be a cancelable offense. So I think that keeps us transparent and honest and actually works in our favor.
Okay, just a couple more I'll hit you with. Can you tell by looking at someone that they're on steroids?
No.
You can't?
I know there's a lot of guys on social media that are doing that, but I mean, you got to be honest and say that there's genetic abnormalities that people have a lot of muscle or something. So you could have high suspicions.
Yes.
I mean, like, look, this is the same way that I could say, can you look at someone who sprained their ankle and say that 100% certainty they broke their ankle?
Right.
Well, if it's like, at an angle, yeah. But in reality, if it's just swollen, no. I could have a high suspicion of one and say we need to get the x-ray, but I can't know for sure.
Okay.
So anyone who's doing it is doing it for clicks.
And there's a lot of that.
There's a lot. I mean, you know that.
Yeah. Is almond milk bad for you?
I don't even know what that means.
Because I drink a lot of almond milk, and the guys tell me.
Who's telling you it's bad for you? Gary Recca?
No, these guys who I work with. You got to have the cow's milk. You got to have the real stuff. I love my almond milk. Is that bad?
I think
every time I go on Instagram, it's like, this is bad. This is bad.
That's the problem. Like,
yes.
An honest nutritionist, an RD is probably a better thing to say, registered dietitian, would never label a food good or bad. Because it depends. Like, if you're a healthy adult with no medical problems, having a bite of chocolate is not bad. Like, the people who are villainizing hot dogs and all that, like, yeah, because we're over consuming them in the American standard diet, we already have pre-existing health conditions. In those instances, they're bad. But if you have a hot dog at a baseball game and you're judging someone for that and you're saying this is bad, come on, like, you're not a realist.
How old should you be to get how old do you suggest someone gets a colonoscopy?
45.
45.
Yeah,
Because there's a push for earlier. There's a history.
There's a history, family history. Then you want to do it 10 years before that person's diagnosis.
So even
like, let's say they were age 50 when they were diagnosed.
40. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And there is potentially changes coming on the horizon.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
yeah.
Not necessarily with colonoscopies, but perhaps with other colon cancer screening methods. So.
What, with the pills and stuff like that?
Like you're talking about capsule endoscopy.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily. There's some tests looking at reactive agents in the stool that can tell us what cells are present.
Okay. Wow. What's the next thing? What's the thing? You're doing great on the YouTube. You don't need a next thing, but I think we're all kind of designed to be this way. And by the way, is your dog still with us?
So I have 2 dogs that live with me now, and then my Siberian Husky, who I started this whole journey with. She's okay. She's 3 legs, still pushing on.
3 legs?
Yeah, although now she's coming to the end of her life, I feel like.
I think like one of the first times I ever came across you was you giving your dog a bath.
Okay, those dogs are great.
Those dogs, the big one.
Yeah, the big one. They're awesome.
This one.
Yeah, Bear's awesome. I was just with him right now.
Okay, wait, this isn't the one with 3 legs?
No, he's doing great.
This is an unbelievable dog.
He's 8.
He's 8? So wait, how many dogs do you have now?
I have 2 like him. So
2 exactly like him?
Yeah, him and another.
Yeah?
Rib. And then I have a Siberian Husky who lives with my dad because she has 3 legs. And she's
okay. And this is what kind of dog?
Newfoundland.
A Newfoundland?
Yeah. Swimming dogs, so sweet.
Are they from
giant.
Newfoundland? Canada?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What is the thing? Like, where do you want to be in 5 years, 10 years?
I want to be more effective in the current space that I function in. So I want to be able to reach more people, however that may be, whether it's currently I'm writing a fictional medical drama to sell to the streamers.
Wow.
I have some fantastic partners on that, more to be announced on that shortly. Potentially getting into the book space, not with some BS book that really should be a 5-minute TED Talk, but something really valuable that could stand the test of time about how to judge health information as it comes in. And currently I'm training to become a race car driver.
Oh, yes.
Another fun
I saw you with the Ferrari guys, right?
Yeah.
So this is your thing. You love this.
I mean, I've always been a fan of cars, but like now I'm taking it to the extreme. This year, training sessions, training weekends.
You.
Yeah.
Where is this?
That's in Imola at the Ferrari F1 garage.
Now, when you say you're training to become a race car driver, like at what level?
I'm training for the Ferrari Challenge race series.
Okay.
Which is kind of a semi-pro amateur series.
And what would that be akin to? Is that like F1?
No, it's very far from F1. But the cars are extremely high performance. They almost look like GT3 cars. If
okay, yeah.
But it's for people who are very passionate about racing, who are not professionals. Although some of the people that are doing well in that league right now could easily become professionals.
And how long are the races?
That's next year. I haven't yet fully committed to that. I'll find out.
No, but meaning like one of these races.
There in a season, there's 6 races.
Yeah.
And the final one is in Italy. The school that I'm doing is called Corso Pilota. It's a racing training program where there's 3 levels: sport, Evo, and race. And I'm doing the final stage of that race in Laguna Seca come September.
And this is like a thing you've always wanted to do. You've always been a fan.
Well, money?
Dream? No. I'm talking like bucket list. I don't know what the word was.
It is expensive.
Yes.
It's
you know what?
expensive
I was going to
hobby.
say
Holy
bucket list,
shit.
but I didn't want to like offend you. I feel like
Why? Why is bucket list?
I feel like bucket list.
You think I'm that easily offended?
No, not really.
I got punched in the face. It's pretty bad.
We misuse that term.
We do. Well, how is it? What's the correct?
Well, because bucket list is like when you're about to die, kick the bucket.
Well, yeah, before you die, you want to accomplish these things.
Yeah, but you're not about to die, so I didn't want to.
In the same way that I try and tell my patients who are 30 years old hey, like we need to plan what you want at the end of life. I think this is a fair question.
Okay, but the big thing is
it is a bucket list thing.
The big thing is you versus RFK.
Yes,
Junior.
That's what I want.
That's
Secretary Kennedy versus Dr. Mike, fight card, Misfits,
and
Netflix.
I noticed you said Misfits and not MVP.
Well, just because they had the tag team thing.
Right. Well, no, but I'm thinking you versus him.
I mean, sure.
I feel like that would make it a lot easier.
MVP, Nikisa, reach out. Let's do it.
Okay, love it. Dr. Mike,
thank you
man.
so much, Ariel.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you, brother.
Thank you for doing this. Really, I know you're so busy.
Come on.
You coming in was a lot of fun. There he is, Dr. Mike, the one and only. We'll take a quick break. Answer more of your questions. Do not go anywhere.
This was the hardest pound for pound list to make for me. I have so many honorable mentions. I do want to just start out with one honorable mention before I get into my 5, just because I had such a difficult time. Honorable mention, Poetan. He doesn't make my 5, but I have to shout him out. Alter ego of this man. Comes with a whole face paint get up. There's Alex Pereira, and then there's Poetan. I mean, he has the alter ego. It's unbelievable. Shout out to him. Does not make my top 5, though. Coming in at number 5, his rival, the Last Stylebender. When it comes to nicknames, like, it's got to be unique. It can't be something that 80 million people have. And, like, this is what I think of when I think the Last Stylebender. Early on in his UFC career, where he's dancing, making the walks, where he's killing people, the Robert Whittaker, and then he sprays the AK everywhere, the Paulo Costa, and then he does the nefarious acts, the Anderson Silva, like, calling him on, the Alex Pereira, and then shooting him with the arrows, just like swag, style, just like everything. Also,
there will not be another Last Stylebender.
No, you can't.
He's the last.
He's the last one. Might also be the first one.
Yeah.
Also, Play on Words, one of my favorite shows of all time. Avatar:
What does the last Airbender mean? Is he the last guy who bends the air? Like, what does?
Correct. Yeah. So, like, there's fire, there's earth, there's water, and then there's air, and like the air temple is gone.
And he's the last surviving.
He was frozen in ice, and like he's the last surviving one. Yeah. So he's the last Airbender, just like he is the last Stylebender.
Love it.
Israel Adesanya, unique. If you say the Last Stylebender, you know exactly
even
who you're
just
talking about.
Stylebender.
Stylebender works too. I think that's the name of his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I think that's his Instagram handle.
Free Stylebender.
All of them are just Stylebender. Fantastic one. As I move forward, just like iconic to a point of like, isn't that their name? Like, that's how iconic these are. Number 4, Jacare. Jacare Souza, coming into the point that like had no idea that this wasn't his first name, especially because I don't speak Portuguese. It actually means like crocodile, like a caiman in Portuguese. And I'm like, this is what comes up when you type in Jacare, but like literally thought it was his first name. All-time nickname.
His name was Jacare Souza.
Yes, thought his name was Jacare Souza for like the longest time.
You know his name?
Oh man.
Ronaldo.
I know, like that's how synonymous he is.
Shout out.
Coming in at number 3, iconic, legendary, paired with the shorts, Crow Cop. Like it's just like to the point again where like you almost think his last name is Crow Cop.
Yeah,
Mirko Crow Cop. It's like the names that like almost on Tapology. It's like, oh yeah, Mirko Crow Cop. Look at the shorts. The shorts are absolutely unbelievable on this guy.
Stud.
I honestly didn't even know what Crow Cop meant, but just like it literally is like Croatian cop.
Yeah, because he was in like of a defense team for Croatia. Yeah,
incredible nickname, legendary, synonymous with him. You say that, you know exactly who you're talking about, to the point that I can't even pronounce his proper last name.
Yes,
like that's how good it is. Number 2, another one where it's become his first name, legend of the game, one of the most famous, iconic.
Okay, back on the program. That was Dr. Mike. How much fun was that, by the way? Am I the only one who feels a lot smarter right now? Anyone?
Impressive guy, man.
Feeling smart.
Very impressive guy.
What a guy. What an energy, right?
An astute energy about him.
You know what I love? What about a multivitamin? They suck. He's like very much like a doctor. Imagine having that much knowledge on something. Imagine just being
that much knowledge, and he's very doctorly in how he delivers everything matter of factly.
I felt like I had to like keep up with this pace.
Like you asked about Askren, it's just like, well, his life's going to be completely different than it was before. He's going to be on medication until the day that he dies.
Yes.
Just
Next
like,
question.
Okay. All right.
RFK, your ass is grass. That was incredible. I wasn't expecting that. That was a lot of fun. Okay, not a lot of time to waste. It is Ben Askren Day around these parts. Like I said, every single penny as far as super chats go, going to Ben Askren. And then our charity, our auction, I should say, whatever that number is tomorrow, we'll just add it on top. Simple math. Every penny counts. What are we at now? How many super chats?
I think around 62, 63.
Okay. Are they all in here?
They're all in the Slack channel. That's probably the best place to start.
Okay, I'm gonna try to read as many of these as possible because I want to give a shout out to all the people who helped us out. I'm starting from the bottom down. Feel free to follow along or not. All good. Whatever you guys want to do. Fitz, Kick, Snitz. Best MMA show in the world. Thanks for all the consistency. 1999. Shout out to this individual. We appreciate you. My thoughts are with Ben and his family. Shout out to Anna Evans. Ben Askren is my hero. $100. This is from, these are tough. Pro Svilatstov, 1209. He says that Ferguson's fights are really hard to watch. Best wishes to Ben Askren. How do you cope with similar ambivalence when interviewing agent fighters? I try to give them the most amount of respect possible. I try to give them the respect that they deserve and ask appropriate questions, and hopefully, they understand that, I'm just trying to do my job. Sleeto is supporting Ben Askren and wants to ask a question to New York Rick, congratulating him on his new stand-up career. He is not here, so I'm sorry he can't answer that. Whereas Pizzi had, what do you have, a power outage at his house or something?
He did have a power outage, and it sounded pretty intense.
Okay, that's from
Weird
Stinky.
that it happened at 12:59.
Yeah, listen, I'm not the one who's going to say that. This is from MCX2K. First-time super chatter. Had to get in for Funky Ben. Appreciate you all. First solo trip abroad, UFC Paris. Shout out, enjoy. Shout out to Joey Schultz, who is saying shout out to last week talking about athletes who ended their career on top. Ray Borg comes to mind. That's a great one. Wishing Ben the best. This is from Gavin Zrickel. Shout out, Ben. For the good or bad, Funky helped make a lot of younger people fans of the sport. True legend, Smoke Season. Shout out to you. Irv Pena. Shout out to Askren. Look at you. I mean, you guys are incredible. Thanks for all the content and for supporting fighters. Ben, any more road shows planned? Yes. Currently planning one. New York, MSG week. Put it on the diary. Andrew Corona. Does Frank Chief? He's in my dream blunt rotation. What does Chief mean?
Smoke.
Puff, puff, give.
Oh, okay. Do you?
Puff, puff, give.
I don't have an answer to that.
George Stewart says that the FBI is watering down our show. It is noticeable. What is that?
The FBI, yo. Watch out.
Okay. Everly223 says, love the show. Shout out to you. Sammy J says, thank you, Ariel. Much love. Appreciate you all the way from Sweden. Serious question from Mike Perez. Is GC the biggest baby face in the game? Hashtag D1 Glazer. By the way,
This guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
is it time to make a D1 Glazer shirt? I mean, I feel like we could do some big business. Nose Glazer.
If somebody wears that, that is a level
that's
of
D1
dedication.
Glazer.
No,
that is
D-nose
Glazer.
Glazer.
That is D1 Glazer.
That's how you turn a negative into a positive.
I know, but
I think it's all positive.
Jennifer gave us some. C. Bundy, shout out to you. What's a song that makes you cringe when you hear it? Man, I don't know.
Linger the Cranberries.
There it is. Kyle gives $2 for Ben. Happy Ben Askren Day from Vincent Olmos. God bless him, Ariel, and the crew. His faith and positivity while he's going through it gives me so much inspiration. Shout out to Thug Nasty and his win. The drill interview is my all-time favorite. Yes. Beal gives a shout out. Here's another one from Sammy. 50 SEK. What is SEK?
Crowns.
Yeah. Wait, what's crowns?
Swedish currency.
Oh. Shout out from Samuel. First super chat from Albert 999.
That guy he just slid an NC State there.
Yeah, go Wolfpack.
Ariel, BITB, Pizzi, NC State, and Ben Askren.
That is
Go Wolfpack.
Yeah, go Wolfpack, baby.
I missed that. Scott from PDX. You have to choose one interview to be known for the rest of your life. Would you rather be Bryce Mitchell or Tony Khan? Golly. I don't know. Tony? Bryce.
This guy's a D1 glazer, bro.
Definitely the Bryce, bro. He power drilled his fucking nutsack.
All you Mendoz says speedy recovery to Ben 249 MX. Shout out. Hey, how about this from Silky Dub? Your shirt gives me Andy Reid vibes.
Sick.
Is that
Pro
a
Bowl
compliment?
Andy Reid. I
Is
see
that a
it.
compliment?
I see it.
Yeah, yeah. Know yourself.
Super Bowl champion too.
Ooh, another $100 MX. Much love to Ben. Oh yeah, we could do. You know what? We should do this quarterly. Good Fight would be another good one. Let's do this all the time. Love this. Here's to Ben Askren's recovery. Echo Boy. Bummed that I won't get to own Helwani's original and unique signature, but happy to contribute nonetheless. Every penny counts. These dogs. Shout out to Derek. Shout out to Darren. Shout out to Cosmo, says to a fellow cheesehead. Shout out to, okay, there's a lot of these. Jeez.
It's good that there's a lot of them because every dollar goes to Ben Askren.
Yes. Boo G Alpaca says, I'm using inimitable, often imitated, never duplicated too much. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to retire it.
Damn, that quick? You're backing down?
I mean, he's right. I actually thought of that. I thought of that recently.
Is inimitable, often imitated, never duplicated going to become
Stuart Scott?
similar to Bruce Buffer's The One, The Only?
Does he say that a lot?
No, he never said
rare. That's the thing. He breaks it up very
it was
infrequently.
breaking news when Alex Pereira got it earlier this year.
Jeez, I'm unaware of these weird.
Oh, The One, The Only? It's just Connor and John.
Haku says there should be an Ariel versus GC charity pay-per-view for Askren. Oh, one-on-one hoops.
I'm down.
11-0.
Oh, my God.
Free backs?
Can I ref?
Free backs?
I want to ref.
Taco for Ben. Here's Banga says, if on-air Jordan has no haters, I have died. Shout out Ben Askren. Be careful, Stank says for James Tahuna and Ben Askren. Thank you to EXX, Brew, Benjamin Turk. Keep them coming, my friends. Keep them coming. Oh my God, there's so many of these. We're going to be here forever.
That's all right.
There's more coming in. This guy Connor Burke sent in $10 for Ben Askren. Shout out to him.
Yeah. Oh wow. Love it. Oh, I thought we were.
Man, people in the chat saying you're washed in hoops, Ariel.
Yeah? Based on what? Based on me
Yes.
killing the kids at my son's birthday party a couple of weeks ago?
Oh my God.
Yeah, no.
I'm down for it though. Whenever.
Man, I hardly got to any. We have a hard out.
Someone
Rick, or
asked if
what?
I can beat Ben on the
No,
bike.
but we do have.
Yeah, I know we have another thing to do.
He might be the one man I can't.
Hey, let's go back to keep them coming. I'll get to more of those. Keep them coming. It's Ben Askren Day. Every penny counts. What do you think we're at as far as total number?
Not enough.
Yeah,
My
no.
guess would be $7.72 but I think we could do way better than that.
Is that
Jordan knew the exact number.
Is that true? 772.
And 82 cents.
That's
That's
incredible.
just quick math. Quick
Okay,
math.
thank you. Wait, does it actually do the calculation?
No, it's all in my head.
Fuck.
And
Yes, it actually does the
shout out to all my haters.
Yeah.
That guy's still alive. So
That might have been the best super chat we've ever gotten.
Aussie Jack asks if we should have a Helwani Show Hall of Fame. Who are the first inductees? In studio moments, single interview guest. It's hard for me to say. I mean, there needs to be a panel. We need to do this the right way, right?
Would you have various wings?
Absolutely.
Best in studio.
We would have best in studio,
Best moments.
best Zoom, best Skype interview. Like the Skype interviews are for the. It's like the, what do they call them in the UFC? They say.
the contributor wing.
No, it's
like
not
the OG wing.
The OG
like the
wing.
veteran
What do they
whatever
call
it is.
that? Yeah. There's a contributor.
Oh, Skype era. That
Skype era. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's like
yeah,
the
I see what you're
pre-Zuffa
saying.
era.
Okay.
Iron Man,
Um.
Eddie Hearn, and Aljamain Sterling.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That's yeah. Greatest. Like meaning like most appearances. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder who has actually had the most appearances
In
the
like
entire-
MMA Hour V2, like at Vox.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Eddie Hearn and Aljamain Sterling were tied with like 18 apiece.
He hasn't. We haven't had Eddie on that many times in this new era.
Correct. Still probably had him on like 4 or 5 times though.
Fucking hell.
This guy's a D1 glazer, bro.
It never.
It comes in so hot.
I was gonna
That's the
say
thing.
how
comes
hot it
in
is,
So fucking hot.
and the music is so loud. I also love how we say it never
Bro.
gets old. We've only been playing it for like 2 days.
But it
No,
just-
that will live on.
Give it-
But
give
it
forever.
actually
Timmy.
makes me laugh every time.
It's so good.
That and I don't think James Tahuna will ever
Never.
not make me laugh.
Never.
Man, there's a long question here. It's just too long. I'm sorry. I want to get to it, but it's too long. Mikey Z, you said the other day that there isn't a UFC standard anymore from a technical aspect. What do you see in this gen fighters games that may not seem to be UFC caliber? It's not about the caliber. Sorry, it's not about the game. It's about the fights. It used to be like Conor McGregor of 2013 coming into the UFC as double champ in Cage Warriors, lightweight and featherweight. He's already in the UFC like 6, 7, 8 fights prior. The days of becoming like a huge star on the regional scene and then coming over are over. There are guys that are being signed to Contender Series who are 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. It was unfathomable to be 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 5-1, 5-2, and then come to the UFC. Like a Robles Despine doesn't make it to the UFC back in the day. Do you know what I mean? And that's because there are way more fights. I understand that. There are way more cards. There are way more slots. It just, we joke about Cody Garbrandt versus Deiveson Figueiredo being the curtain jerker for UFC 300. They were all those kinds of fights back in the UFC 84 days. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking the talent per se. I'm just saying there's so many more slots. So they have to now. That's why the Ultimate Fighter was so much better back in the day, because there were actual legit great fighters on the regional scene that could go onto the Ultimate Fighter and be like, oh, this guy's on there. I've heard about this guy. Well, now those guys are going on Contender Series or just bypassing Contender Series. And that's what makes it tough for the PFLs of the world to try to get to them first. That's what made Aaron Pico so unique, because they got to him first and he did his thing, and now he's obviously coming over. But those guys were few and far between, or at least are these days. Ryan, what would you prefer, a fried chicken sandwich or a steak sandwich? I think the chicken. Steak is sometimes like a little bit chewy,
Fried chicken for sure.
Yeah. Sander asks if we can get a video version on Spotify. Any chance of that? It's a good question. We haven't thought of it.
No.
No.
We don't care.
The answer is no.
James the Tuna asks, what was it like watching Pride back in the day? It was incredible. Freaking Josh Barnett was a mainstay, Fedor, because not only was it fun to watch these events in Japan like it is now, Ryzen is fun, but these were the best of the best. They were a better organization than the UFC. The talent was better. The fights were bigger. In that era, I'm talking 02, 03, 01. So not only was it in this foreign land, and they would, my favorite thing was, so I wouldn't watch all of them live because A, it was hard to watch live, and where do you get this stuff? And at the time I'm in college. But one of my favorite things to do was I would get the Wrestling Observer newsletter, and I would go into the basement of the Syracuse Library. I would get a sandwich, and I would just sit there. You guys have seen the Wrestling Observer. I've talked about this before. It is printed both sides, font size like 9. Like you need a magnifying glass. No space, no paragraphs, run-on sentences, all MMA, all wrestling from around the world. And I would read about Bob Sapp, and I would read about Fedor and Big Nog and Little Nog and Vanderlei and Josh Barnett and Mark Coleman and Mark Kerr and Kevin Randleman and Ricardo Arona and all these guys, and you'd be like, wow, what a freaking scene this is. And you'd read about those viewership numbers, and there would be like 50, 60 million people watching these events, and you would say to yourself, oh my God, like, will MMA ever get even remotely close to this popular here in the United States? And we all know what happened here. Someone actually just sent me a video. Before UFC on Fox 1, Casey and I and Esther went on the streets of Los Angeles and asked people, this is November of 2011, and we went on the street and we asked people, what does MMA stand for? And I know we edited, and I'm sure we talked to some people who didn't make the cut, but the vast majority of the people did not know what MMA stood for, let alone UFC. It's pretty amazing when you think about that was only 14 years ago. Julian asks if we have been following the Tim Kennedy stolen valor situation. I've been following it from afar. I read some stuff, but this feels like a Frank topic. Am I right or am I wrong?
I guess you're right.
This feels like a Reddit type of topic. You're all over this topic, right?
Absolutely. Tune in tomorrow for a full breakdown.
Okay. But are you well versed in it?
No.
Oh. I was actually being Serious.
I can't tell because you were smirking when you said it.
No. I feel like you're into this type of thing. There's a
I
little
am into this kind of
conspiracy,
thing,
there's
but
a
I'm
little
not.
controversy.
Yeah.
All I'll say is, as far as Tim Kennedy's concerned, because he also asks me, like, did you ever have any sort of hint that he was not telling the truth or anything like that? Like, of course not. I have a lot of respect for Tim. He's always been very good. He's always been very honorable. He's always been great to cover and talk to. And that's the only thing I could say. Like, who am I to say what is true, what isn't true, what this all means, what should happen to him? I am not well versed in that world, in that field. And if he did make a mistake, like I hope that he is. I hope that he can find some sort of peace, and I hope that people will be able to forgive him. And if not, then he has to deal with those consequences. If in fact he did, bend the truth or make things up. Obviously, I can understand why people would be extremely offended by that, given how serious those claims could be, and given how this is life and death and defending your country. Very, very complex, and was very surprised to see all this happening. But it seems like he's still out there on social media. It seems like he's still happy. And I know not everything on social media is real, but I've always been a fan and respected what he stood for the most part. Ace asks if we are aware that a former boxer named Ben Davis is on the Challenge Season 41. Rick, are you familiar with Ben Davis, the former boxer?
Does he say anything about him?
He says, I'm not familiar with him, but does that add any interest for me to watch the Challenge Season 41?
I've got good news for this person.
Yes, please.
Ben the Bane.
D1 Glazer.
Well, definitely that. But Ben the Bane Davis will be in studio with us tomorrow. So you can tune in and learn more about Ben the Bane Davis.
And he is going to be...
He is on the challenge. It's debuting tonight. So please watch along with us.
Where?
Connor's, MTV.
Okay.
Connor's going to be watching this season for the first time. This is This is very sacred to me.
Is this the summer reality show that you've been looking for?
This is
We're gonna find out.
Are you doing the post show?
Of course.
On the channel?
No, there's no.
We thought it was Tough 31. We're hoping that it's going to be Challenge Season
41.
41.
Starring Ben the Bane. Now, is this one of those things where he
I don't know
can
about starring, but
I'm going with
featuring.
starring. Now, is this one of those things where he could be voted off? Like, what is this?
Well, more eliminated. The way this works is you do a daily competition, then how good you do in that determines your place. Then people vote other people in to compete. They compete one-on-one. If you lose that competition, you're out. That's it. So Ben the Bane is going to be challenging some legends of the game, such as CT and Johnny Bananas and others.
Yes, JB.
I'm very excited about it. And he's going to tell us all about it tomorrow on Boys in the Back. So tune in 1 p.m. on this
Will
channel.
you ask him how he got on it?
Yes, of course I will.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward
That's
to
question number one.
I can't wait.
Studio guest.
And then because of that, our pound for pound rankings are going to be top reality shows.
Of all time?
Favorite reality shows.
Is The Hills on it?
Could be.
Will The Hills make it? Is The Hills real or not? I still don't
The
know.
Hills a reality
don't do
show?
that.
I don't know.
It's tough.
Kayfabe. I'm with Josh Barnett.
And then the other
Keep
one was
the
what?
kayfabe alive.
Laguna Beach? Was that the previous one?
Is Laguna Beach a reality show?
I think so, yeah.
I thought all these shows were
Scripted?
Yeah, I thought they
No,
were like
remember The Hills on the
episodic.
last episode, they like walked off a set.
No, I
They're
don't remember.
They're
Oh, geez,
scripted
I was all about it.
like all the reality shows from that era. Like, kinda, but we're maintaining kayfabe here. We're gonna...
I'll never forget when Lauren Conrad said, I want to forgive you and I want to forget you.
Ooh,
Remember that?
What a line.
that's icy.
Cut deep.
That's a bar.
Guys, do you remember AMW Planner
Yes, of course.
from back in the day?
Yes.
Konnichiwa Ariel-san. We've come a long way since we last spoke. She used to make like planners
Yes.
and offered her
Majesty
services. Frank, I'm talking right now. Offered her services to be a Japanese translator for our program. We've come a long way since we last spoke. I'm so happy to see Tatsuro make it on the show again. And there is a Tatsuro drop on the show. I am happy. Thank you.
I'm happy, thank you!
My husband and I are expecting a baby boy in October. My husband told me people have asked you parenting advice on the show before, but he didn't think anyone has asked this. Do you or Rick have any advice for new parents that are very career-minded? My husband is a slight workaholic for good reasons. You and Rick seem to be that way when you were grinding it out in the early days and even until now. How did you do it with a newborn? Any tips on how to manage a demanding schedule while still being present at home? P.S. I'm still here for the next translator spot. Let's go, Tatsuro. Wow. You just kind of, this is going to be a horrible answer, but you just kind of do it. You just kind of figure it out. If you love what you do, and obviously you love your family, you figure out a way to to balance it all, you recognize that the stuff you're doing here helps here. You realize that the reason why you're doing this here is to give this side a better life. You realize that just because you work hard here doesn't mean you don't love your family. And you also realize, and this is how I feel, and I don't know if Rick feels the same. I feel like once I became a dad, the best thing to ever happen to me as a result of being a father was it gave me balance, but it also gave me purpose. Because I am a workaholic, because I am so intense, because I don't know how to shut off my brain, there were times, especially when my kids were younger, where I had no choice but to shut off my brain, or at least shut off the work side of my brain. And so, especially in those early days, I'm talking 12, 13, 14, where I'm obsessed with building, I'm obsessed with furthering, I'm obsessed with outworking, I'm obsessed with beating people to the punch, all this stuff. At some point, your kid needs to eat. At some point, your kid needs a diaper change. At some point, your kid needs a walk. At some point, your wife needs you to be there, present. At some point, you need to go to the park. You need to go to a birthday party. You need to plan things. You need to do things that have nothing to do with work. And so that balance is healthy, and that makes you into a better worker. That makes you into a better employee, employer, colleague, teammate, etc. So in the end, it's not a hindrance. Obviously, there are decisions and choices that need to be made. Obviously, you can't be selfish. You can't just go on all the trips in the world. You can't be in your room, lock your door, and just work 24/7. I found that it gave me balance. It gave me perspective. And I've said this before. I have found that because I was lucky enough to have a family and have kids and have a wife at the time in which I did, when I was just starting, it helped me because I didn't have to worry about that other stuff. I wasn't worrying about, because I'm a in my head kind of guy, I'm an emotional kind of guy. If I was worrying about this person not calling me back or this date or that, it would have, I think, got me off track. And so for me, it worked, it helped me, and for everyone it's different, but I would say there's nothing to worry about. What you're about to experience in October, and I wish you and your husband all the best, and I hope that it all goes smoothly and everyone's healthy and happy, and you get the greatest joy in the world, and you will. Don't view this as a hindrance. Don't view this as it's taking away or it's going to make your life out of whack or imbalanced. It's only going to make things better. It will give you greater perspective, greater purpose, greater balance. Trust me on this. I experienced that. I feel very strongly about that. And I hope that everything goes well for you guys. And I hope that you keep us posted. It's great to hear from you. AMW Planner. Okay. Just a couple more here. This is a really good one. It's a bit of a long one, but it's from Sucker Free. On the topic of Hogan and his controversies, are there any other celebrities or public figures whose public mishaps have tainted their legacies in your eyes? Last week, I had mentioned, not since OJ have I found that there was such a sort of like complicated legacy to kind of sift through and deal with the emotions when someone dies. When someone dies, usually in the public space, a public figure, we tend to just show them all the love in the world and celebrate them as you probably should. But Hogan's last chapter was controversial, and obviously OJ's last chapter was controversial. But I specifically said when I said that, I am not comparing the infractions. They are nowhere near each other. I am not comparing them at all. I just felt like it was reminiscent in terms of what people were dealing with. And I stand by that because, as you see, people have felt strongly, we should ignore that, we should not ignore that, we should honor that, we should not. Of course, every single comment was, I can't believe you compared Hogan to OJ. Have you not seen the way in which I talked about Hogan before or after? I'm not comparing the infractions. All to say, I get it. When you say that name, OJ, it's triggering and people just go to a certain place and don't even listen to what you're having to say. This individual says it reminds him of Michael Richards, which I think is a very good and apropos one. Do you guys remember Michael Richards? Michael Richards, Cosmo Kramer on Seinfeld. He had that very, very public meltdown where he started shouting racist things at someone who was heckling him.
Yes.
I think since then, we haven't really heard much from him, right? He kind of disappeared. I think he popped up once in I think it was a Curb episode, maybe not. Maybe I'm dreaming of this when they did this. Right. Yeah, but he's really disappeared. That I think is appropriate. The difference obviously is one was very public, one wasn't. One was done in a nightclub and one was done in the privacy of his home. Do you want to use that distinction? No. Someone brought up to me Pete Rose. the Pete Rose thing to me was always weird. Pete Rose should have always been in the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose bet on his team to win. I understand that that's illegal. I never felt like the punishment fit the crime. And now you see that he's, unbanned, and it's crazy that they did it after he died. He brings up Mike Tyson, very complicated, but I don't think that in many, many years down the line when Mike, goes through that transition period, as people say, I don't know. Will that be topic one? Will that be line one? Will that be item one? I don't know. I'm talking about the rape conviction because it seems like so much time has passed. We talked about this when he fought Jake Paul, and it was happening at the same time as Conor McGregor's civil trial, the way in which people were treating that as opposed to the way in which people were talking about Mike at almost the exact same time. He also brings up Kobe Bryant. I remember when Kobe passed, shockingly and tragically, the people who brought up what he went through in the early 2000s, the accusations, those people were lambasted. No one wanted to hear that. And I don't know what the answer is to this.
The answer is that all these things exist simultaneously, that it is supposed to be uncomfortable, that not everybody is one thing, that not everybody is either the hero or the villain or the bad guy or the good guy. We are humans and we are complicated. And so all these things are part of the story, and your discomfort with it, I'm not saying you, I'm talking about everybody out there. You are supposed to be uncomfortable with it. There is no fairy tale prince that is like the greatest person who ever lived, and we just accept that as reality. That is for the imaginary world. Everybody is complicated. Everybody has facets to them, and it is perfectly okay to acknowledge both sides of that. That Hulk Hogan was significant and meant things to a lot of people, and was also rightfully derided for the racist things that he said. Like, it's okay for both these things to be true.
I think the best conversations have been just talking about it like this. He was unbelievable in the 80s. He was larger than life. He was an icon. He was the Babe Ruth of pro wrestling. He did this, that, remember this, remember that. And then it's kind of what I tried to do on The Boys in the Back last week, where I was like, and then in the 90s, it got a little weird. There was the steroid trial, and then he left to WCW, and the act was growing very stale, and then he redefined himself and reinvented himself with the NWO, and then it got really weird with the sex tape, and then it got really bad and offensive with the transcript that came out 3 years later. Like, just almost going through it like that, as opposed to saying, this guy is this, and he did this, that affected this. It's not that easy sometimes. It's complicated. And that word was overused a million different ways last week. And I feel like that is just the best way to talk about him and to honor him. And by the way, as Josh said, he was a human being, and he was flawed, and he brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and he offended a lot of people. And that's just how it is. Aaron, last week was watching numerous videos of you and McAfee, and you guys had a great relationship. What happened with that, and why haven't you guys interacted? Personally, is it all good between you? It's very good. Spoke to him, saw him at the Times Square event, spoke to him before that as well. He was doing a pre-show for that. I have the utmost love and respect for him. Those appearances on his show were some of the most fun times that I have had. And I've also said that it actually made me more comfortable in being myself, especially when I was doing the ESPN thing and I felt like sometimes I couldn't be myself. I just got to go on his show and sometimes wear a mask, sometimes not. And he really made me feel comfortable, and I had a lot of fun doing his show. If you're asking me why have I not been on his show, I don't know the answer to that. If you're asking me if I know why, I don't. If you're asking me if I would go back on, I would. If you're asking me if I would ask him to go back on, no, of course not. That's not my style. But I've always loved and respected the show, and I'm so impressed with what he built, and would be lying if I didn't say I would love to have a similar thing here with what we're doing with Uncrowned and everything. So he is an inspiration. I've said it. Him, Bill Simmons, Dan Lebitard, Dan Patrick, Rich Eisen. I think those are the five that, I look up to the most and who I think have done it the best way. Most amount of caffeine in a day, I try to just have one. I like a cappuccino, as I've said before, with almond milk. By the way, he didn't shut down my almond milk usage, so I feel good about that. I was worried about asking that one.
I also asked him after about my magnesium intake, and he said, just eat well.
We
This was great. I love that we all just kind of like slid in one question.
Hey,
what did you ask?
No, I had a whole
wanna-
convo, as he said. You know, his producer. We were
say-
chopping it up.
We don't say that almond milk's unhealthy for you.
Yeah, you guys, you make me feel weird about it.
Well, I mean, you should probably give it up.
No, I can't.
I mean, we are whole milk guys around here.
Yeah, I know. That's
we just chug the vitamin D, but
Get all best in the
Easy,
bag.
brother. Easy.
come on now.
Ola Ariel in the BITB. No question here, but Riyadh Season and Sella not being interested in making Parker versus Usyk is very concerning. Their whole spiel was that they were supposed to be the unbiased group that makes the best fights, and this move goes directly against that promise. Praying that they don't slowly transition to having championship fights dictated by the finances of the matchup. I don't understand that one. Who doesn't want to see Big Joe get his shot? The Big Goose? I don't get that one. What's a bigger fight than that? They think it should be Italma versus Joseph Parker? I don't get it. And let's just say, like, sometimes when they put this out, like they say, oh, we're not going to do Crawford versus Canelo, and then they do Crawford versus Canelo. And, Ben Eubank, and I think Ben Eubank is still going to happen. So I'm just hoping it's some sort of public negotiation. But what's a bigger fight for Usyk than that one right now? There isn't one. I'm way more interested in seeing that, biases aside, than seeing Fury versus Usyk 3. We saw that already. Hey, Connor, who would be an all-time wish list guest for Fight Feast? This is from Jamal 2020.
Action Bronson.
That's the one.
That's the one, and we're gonna get it done.
Oh my God, I feel like we're on the verge of getting it done.
I'm thinking the MSG card is the perfect one for it. Massive card.
Oh, November,
in this
yeah.
city.
Joe, you mentioned UFC 129. My MMA hot take is 2011 being the best year in the UFC ever. WC enters, Strikeforce purchase, Prime Anderson, Jones breaks through, no USADA, no Reebok Venom, Kane versus JDS, Edgar versus Maynard, 5-round main events, 17 pay-per-views, and not one feeling of oversaturation. Wow. I know you said 2016 is the best stretch in the company, and I wouldn't disagree with Connor in his prime, but just wondering which year you preferred covering. I love 2011. 2011 was great. 2016 I still think is the best. When you was the backstage interview in the scrums, or when you got to Fox and got to see how the sausage was made? Oh, I understand. I kind of did both, to be honest, when I was when I was in the 2016, the Fox deal was coming to an end, but like 2011, I think 2010, 2011, 2012 was super fun because I was getting to do both. I got the best of both worlds, finally on TV, but still doing the MMA fighting, MMA hour stuff. But yeah, that whole stretch, like probably from 2011 to 2016 is unmatched, or as my kids like to say, goated. Now, this weekend, we have the UFC back at the Apex, but on Friday on ESPN, we've got the finals of the first leg of the PFL tournaments. We've got Thad Jean going up against Logan Storley. We had Thad in studio. This is for the 170-pound tournament final winner, championship, if you will. What do we got, New York Rick, regarding this? What do we have? Can you please explain it to all of us?
Yeah, we've got two finals, actually. So we've got Thad Jean and the welterweight championship happening on Friday, as well as the featherweight championship, Jesus Pinedo and Movlid Habulaev as well. And so those are the finals. I think it's worth checking in on how we did to this point. Can we let's show the welterweight bracket? So here's the welterweight bracket. As you see, Thad Jean, Logan Storley competing for the championship. Can we show the featherweight bracket as well? There we go. Now, I think it's worth checking in on how each of us did. So let's start with, who are we starting with? Me? No, Ariel. Tim Kennedy.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Nah,
Not Tim
Jeremy
Kennedy. I wish it was Tim
Jeremy Kennedy.
But I was pretty close. Jeremy Kennedy.
All right. Let's keep going. Pizzi has Movlid, so he's still in it.
PT, what do you think of all of this?
No, Pizzi's not here.
Yeah, sorry.
Power's been out for a while over in
Pizzi's
over in
Power out.
Blanche. What an
Connor
easy way out, huh?
also has Movlid, so he.
I
he has
have the final correct. Thank you,
man.
The featherweight goat in terms of predicting
And I think I
Only
also
one
had
mistake on GC's bracket, so he's crushing this.
Doesn't matter. I just need the final. Movlid and underdog too.
I've also got Movlid. All right. So me, you, and PT. Basically, you've won already.
Yeah,
GC.
it's over.
You've already
Yep.
won.
You guys can just file the winnings to me, Venmo.
Nah,
Cash
we haven't
App,
really talked about that. We haven't really decided what's going to be on the line.
Apple Cash.
Welterweight
Cold hard
brackets. Ariel's still in this. Ariel's got Logan Storley.
Shout out.
Yeah. Although Thad Gene called me out. Remember?
As he should.
Actually, I think he called all of you out. Well, what I think actually what happened was he called me out, and then I tried to call you guys out to the call out.
Yeah.
But you guys were somewhere.
I think the rest of us are out. Connor had Jason Jackson.
It's tough.
Yeah.
He had Logan Storley in the final. PT also had Jason Jackson with Logan Storley in the final. I believe I had Koreshkov, who lost in the very first round, but I also had Logan Storley in the final. So you're the only one still alive in this bracket, Helwani. With a Logan Storley win, you've successfully picked the champion.
That's why I wore this shirt, to celebrate how good I'm doing.
The championship resumes on the 15th with the lightweights, bantamweights, and women's flyweights. So let's start with the lightweights. This is the lightweight bracket. Alfie Davis versus Rabadanov for the lightweight championship. Do we have... Actually, let's just do this bracket first, and then we'll go back to the other bracket. So let's see how we did in this one.
Ofer.
Ariel picked Mark Diakese.
It's tough.
Not in it.
It's tough.
Especially didn't have
PT
Kevin
picked
Lee.
Shabley, who
I
was
went
out.
with I went with the legacy pick there.
He did have Rabadanov in the final, as did you, GC. Oh, you've got him winning it.
Yeah, I got Godzi winning.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're actually still in it.
Yep.
I also had him in the final, but then we lost Shabley. So GC cruising here.
Cruising.
That's another bracket.
Cruising.
That's another bracket where GC is in the lead. All right, let's do the bantamweights. We got the bantamweight bracket. Alves versus Wetzel is the final.
No chance I had either.
You guys you don't want to go through your brackets. None of you.
Ofer.
We don't have any.
Keep it pushing.
No one.
Keep it pushing. Yeah, I had the white gorilla.
Now, to be fair, I
White
feel like
Column.
there were some people pulling out of this that caused this, but yes, none of us did very well. Let's go to the women's flyweights. Jenna Bishop, Liz Carmouche. I feel like there's going to be some.
So this one, yeah, like you said on the last one, a little unfair.
Yeah,
Santos no
Ariel
longer
had
in it.
Tyler Santos, who tested positive and was removed.
Yeah,
as
I
did
mean,
Pete
these things happen.
They do happen.
As did I.
In the
but
PFL
I don't
World
believe
Tournament?
GC did, unless I'm mistaken. GC had Liz Carmouche. Yeah, GC's got a finalist in like every one of these
Fucking right, I
brackets.
do.
Well done, my friend. And then let's wrap this. So the championships resume on August 15th, and then August 21st. August 21st is the final leg. We've got the light heavyweight bracket here. Sullivan Cauley, Shoeface Antonio Carlos Jr. competing for the championship.
I definitely didn't have either of them.
Ariel had Phil Davis out.
Yeah.
Pete had
Again,
Rob
let's-
Wilkinson out.
For sure, I had Rob too. Yeah.
GC had Rob Wilkinson out. I think I had Phil Davis. I had Phil Davis out. All of us doing piss poor on that one.
Yeah, well, you're the only one with Antonio Carlos in the.
I had him in the
finals,
final.
So you're
I had him in
better
the
than
final.
most.
Okay, let's do middleweight. No, heavyweight. Let's go to heavyweight. Alexander Romanov, Oleg Popov. I actually think I might have this one, but let's start with Ariel's bracket here. Ariel's got Popov still in it.
Yeah, you know
Popov
yourself.
gets it done.
Shout out to Pop.
Ariel's got a dub there.
Who's in the final?
Popov and Romanov.
Yeah. I definitely had Romanov.
Pizzi had Popov as well, so he needs that. I think you and I both had Romanov.
Yeah, shout out
Now,
to the Moldovan.
correct me if I'm wrong. Do I have a perfect bracket?
You
on
had
this one?
Popov and Romanov. Good shit, man.
Jordan's looking. I have a perfect bracket. This might be the only perfect bracket on this whole
Wow.
thing. Thank you very much. Heavyweight perfect bracket. I need that Romanov win, as do you.
Mine's close. I believe
were
in
one off.
Abraham Babley a little
You
bit
had
too
Babley.
much, but yeah.
You have Babley. And then middleweights is the last one remaining. Fabian Edwards, Dalton Rasta. I think some of us had Fabian, right? Ariel had Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Ariel
I mean,
had
again,
definitely had him.
I had to Support the fellow countryman.
There he is. Pizzi coming through with Fabian Edwards. If Fabian gets
Good
it done,
call,
Pizzi
Pizzi.
gets on the board there.
Pizzi, what do you think of that?
GC had Impa Kasanganai. And I think, who did I have? I had Impa as well. So yeah, Pizzi has a chance to win this. We're all kind of in it, but let's be honest, GC did pretty damn well.
Yeah.
All things considered. I mean, it's, I have a perfect heavyweight bracket. I'm the only perfect bracket that exists on this whole board, but
winning the uncrowned picks.
By the way,
PFL
what's at stake here? What's on the
we haven't decided nothing in my mind, actually. I'm not ready to put anything up on this.
Just a little bragging rights.
Yeah, just bragging rights for GC.
All right.
The PFL picks belt.
But
We could just
PFL
get them
Championship returns
sent out
Friday,
to us.
takes 2 weeks off, then returns for the 15th and then the 21st.
I can't wait. Star is born.
To determine the champions.
There you have it. I'm very excited about that Gene in action because I feel like he could be that guy. They've got some things going. They've got Costello, they've got Dakota, obviously. They've got Paul Hughes, they've got Usman, they've got Thad. Do Costello versus Eblen. Give us Usman versus Hughes. Like, you've got a nice little collection of fights here.
But then do the tournaments become...
Yeah, listen, sometimes the tournament leads to a winner. You know what? The tournament winner is getting paid, all right? And sometimes that leads to a title fight, and sometimes you got to wait. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. You're still getting paid. You know what I mean?
They do to get the tournament prize. What was it this year? Is it 500K? Did they have it? I forget.
Yeah, it's 500K.
It's 500K.
Okay, so you're still getting paid. Congratulations. But the fight to make is Costello versus Eblen. And the fight to make is Usman versus Paul Hughes, too.
I will
Them's
say...
the fights. And then, like, on the women's flyweight, make the winner fight Dakota for the belt. Like, sometimes it's going to work and sometimes it's not going to work. Them's the breaks.
Yeah, I agree. I will say...
Am I wrong?
Thus far, the single elimination win or out tournament has worked significantly better than the previous
1,000 times
PFL
better.
season.
No, they deserve credit for making that
change has worked. That change has worked.
1,000 times more interesting. This whole standings thing, like, that was awful. It was awful. It was awful. But ultimately, you look at them overseas, and it's just like the best fight. Like, I just wish it was what the Champion Series was, and that was PFL. And it was just called PFL, and they would do shows all over the world, and there wasn't this whole breakdown, and there wasn't the Champions League, and there wasn't this, and you occasionally did some tournaments, and if right now the lightweights were having a tournament, great, but just make the best fights, please. Make the best fights in the best locations.
Basically Bellator.
No, Strike Force.
Strike Force. I mean, the same.
Guess what?
They're the same thing.
Guess what? UFC. Just make the best fights.
Well, the tournament part.
I was going to say, not like Bellator, like the UFC.
Yes. Just make the best fights.
I'm with you.
Make the best fights. And if the best place to do Hughes versus Usman 2 or Usman versus Hughes 2 is in Dubai, then make it there. And if the best place to do Costello versus Eblen 2 is in North Dakota, make it there. And if the best place to do Dakota versus Liz Carmouche is in Manchester, make it there. Or make it somewhere else. But the point is, just put on the best fights. All right, we're out of time. Hard out. 4:56. We got to go. Thank you very much. What a day. I mean, I feel like...
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Do we have a total for all the super chats?
Oh, yeah, shit. Forgot about that.
Let me do some quick math. My haters are telling me $8.75 and 22 cents.
Can we get to 1,000? Can we get to 1,000 in the next minute?
Shout out, man.
Come on, can we get to 1,000 in the next minute?
Shout out to Mysterious Frank.
Are they coming in? Let's get to 1,000 in the next minute for Ben Askren. And then tomorrow, all that money goes on top of the auction. 1,000 in the next minute. I don't even know how to check this sort of thing.
Hey, shout out to Coffeepotamus, $50.
Right now? Are you
Check out Coffeepotamus for unique brews. It's your morning heavy hitter.
Yo, love that. 1,000 in the next minute.
How much short are we?
I don't know. I don't even know how to look
How
at
much?
this.
I'll do it right now.
All
Let me
right,
just log in.
Rick, there we go. Can we get 125? It feels like a telethon now.
I want to go in. How do
Come
I
on
do?
in. Donate now.
Super chat. Make your messages. I should have figured this out. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
We're running out of time, man. Hurry.
Shout out 24-inch dubs. Let's go. $25. We're at 900.
What do I do?
I need 100. What did I need? 125?
Yeah, there we go.
Is it happening?
I'm doing it now.
I think I just did it. Did I just do it?
Oh, did you do it?
Oh, Beelzebub, another $20.
Hey, Beelzebub.
We're at
24
$9.20 and
dubs.
21 cents.
Wait,
Come on,
the
get
thing
it in.
is turning. The thing, I did it. Did I do it?
You did it?
Ariel Helwani, let's go funky.
180. Let's go funky.
Big
1.1 thousand dollars.
We did it.
Wow, 1.1K.
Yeah, we did
love you,
it.
man.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. The 180 was good luck number. Hi, thank you to Dr. Mike. Thank you, Josh Barnett. Thank you, Johnny Eblen. Thanks all of you. Thanks to everyone who supported the chat, the auction. It goes on for, I can't do the math, 20 hours. But can we keep the chat open? Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Can I just sit here? Can we play the music all over again? We've never gone this far. No, I'm kidding. Back on Thursday, same time, please. I'm out of here.